Maureen, perfect. Okay, so welcome to tonight's Nantucket Conservation Commission meeting. As a preliminary matter, this is Ashley Arisman, the chair of the Nantucket Conservation Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond. Welcome to tonight's Nantucket Conservation Commission. Mark Beal.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Ian Golding.
Aye.
Dave LaFleur.
Present.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Joe Topham.
Aye.
Okay. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Jeff Carlson.
Hello.
Joanne Dodd.
Hello.
Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. And I'm just going to do who I can see, and I'll address speakers at their hearing as well. I see Dan Bailey.
Here.
RJ Turcott.
Here.
Dan Wells.
Here.
Art Casparo.
Here.
Brian Madden.
Here.
Charles Gibson.
Here.
Rachel Freeman.
Here.
Jack Vaccaro.
Present.
Mark Rits.
Here.
Art Casparo.
Here.
Brian McGrail.
Here.
Charles Gibson. Don Bracken.
Here.
Okay. So it seems like someone might have a YouTube feed open. You could just mute that. So good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of the public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided by members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda items unless I, the chair, note otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each member by name to provide comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you, and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And for items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. Staff will activate the chat feature on YouTube. Members of the public who have comments or questions can use this feature to communicate with the public body. Instructions are on the town's website. The chair and/or staff will do their best to address the questions and comments. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. So with that, we will open the meeting with public comment on items not being heard this evening. Jeff?
Yeah, it is on the agenda, Madam Chair. So, but I did tell Burton that I'd make mention of it now, as it's at the very end of the agenda. He had some questions about 287 and 289 Hummock Pond Road and the status of that house move and what was going on as far as cleanup. He had some concerns that some of the work has and some of the remaining debris has caused some damage to the coastal bank to the west of the house, which has been a factor in the erosion of the coastal bank and some of the washover of the bank and then into the pond. So if you want, I can give a little update now if you prefer, or we can take it up as the other business item that's listed later.
Since you already started talking about it, I guess we can just bring it up now if other members are okay with that. Yeah.
I'll try to be real brief. So, so we've been doing regular site inspections out there. I know we've been out there already 3 times this week, and we were out there at least every other day last week. As we've been kind of moving through, the house is in where its kind of permitted location was at the end of the project. So we haven't had to issue out a formal emergency certification on this project for a couple of different reasons. One, emergency certifications can only be issued by the Conservation Commission in the event of a public health and public safety emergency as deemed by another state agency or another local authority with the ability to grant that emergency declaration. And this house move, by a little bit of luck on our end, was also covered by an order of conditions that we issued just a little over a month ago. And in that order of conditions, there is a provision that requires cleanup to be within 21 days of exposure or coming onto the beach, wherever it is. I know some cleanup has begun. I know some other groups picked up some debris that had traveled down the beach kind of by wind or by water. And they've been doing active patrols down past Hummock Pond on a fairly regular basis on foot as well from the site. And we're endeavoring to do that. One of the issues that's kind of come up for us recently is getting access onto the beach is proving to be somewhat difficult, and have had everything suggested from putting sand to get some sort of ramp to get a machine on the beach to get the concrete off, and to try to get machines out onto the site and then down is proving to be difficult and kind of a safety risk for those guys. So we've been trying to troubleshoot that a little bit and figuring out how to get on there. There may be some opportunity to come around, but at the same time, I don't think we're interested in setting someone up to damage vegetation that's already in kind of a precarious situation that's holding sand that's there. So unfortunately, we're stuck a little bit in between a rock and a hard place. But again, we're just trying to work with that applicant and that permit holder to resolve that situation and get all of the concrete off of the beach, and get all of the small pieces of debris that may be free off of the beach as well. So that's kind of where we're at. I know everyone is interested in getting it picked up. We're just trying to move forward. It looks like Mark has a question.
Mark, do you have a question?
He's waving to his wife.
No, it's hard.
The painter's outside waving at me. I'll be right there.
Oh, so that's it right now. If you guys are interested, I'm happy to share around. We try to take photos every time we're out there as well for what's going on and what's moving, and what's not moving and what's coming off, an effort to get that. I know some sections of pipe, and irrigation pipe and some electrical wires and things have already been removed and have been getting removed as they've been getting exposed. But the larger pieces that need a machine to get down there have been a little difficult, and that the house was in the way for a little bit. But I know as recently as about 20 minutes ago, we've been trying to make sure that there's secure access to get that concrete off the beach, and that's something that's actively getting worked on. So hopefully it'll be gone soon.
Thank you for that update, Jeff. I've been seeing the pictures of this on social media and everywhere else. And I keep thinking back to the meeting when I asked about the exposed septic, and we kind of had a conversation about removing it right then. And I think this needs to serve as maybe a little lesson for us on these coastal properties, whether it be Sconset, Tom Nevers, Cisco, but when they're on the edge, any exposure, I think we need to start getting these things out of the way, and maybe consider having a trigger point when we update our regs. That would be an automatic removal of things. Any questions from commissioners for Jeff? Okay. Well, with that, we will move on in the meeting to the continuances first. So under continuances, we have Nantucket Point of View LLC at 9 Lincoln Avenue, continued until October 15th. We have Tina Eager McGoldrick Trust at 33 Quidnet Road, continued until October 15th. We have Peter E. Hale and Carolyn B. Lamb at 24 Pilgrim Road, continued until October 15th. Under certificates of compliance, we have SP Norwell LLC, CO New England Development, Lot 3 Mariner Way, continued until November 19th. I believe that is it for our continuances. So we will begin tonight under.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting, Madam Chair, but right before the meeting started, we did receive a written continuance request for number 4, Marcia Kleinberg at 18 Clinton Road, requesting that continuance to the 15th of October as well.
Okay, so that will continue till the 15th of October. Thank you, Jeff. So now with that, we'll begin under notices of intent, the town of Nantucket at 34 Washington Street. And this is represented by Tarja McGrail, Patrick Quinlan, Charlie Gibson, and Sheila Lucy.
Good evening. This is Taria McGrail with Coastal Engineering. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So it's been a while since we were before you, and I have heard that now the project has been passed by the Historic Commission and Historic District Commission, and Charles Gibson is also on the meeting tonight and can provide an update on the status of that filing.
Madam Chair, the last time we appeared before the Conservation Commission, it was requested that we go to HDC and get their approval first before we present in front of your board, and we have done that. Their HDC was generally approved of the building design, the footprint. There were some changes to fenestration, trim, and some window details, but the footprint stayed the same. One of the things that did come off, there was a chimney on the building that came off. But other than that, the building itself, the footprint and the design generally stayed unchanged. One of the other sort of an outbuilding that was there shown on your plan as a little garage shed building for emergency equipment trailer. That structure, we deleted that from the HDC plan. So what would be in front of you would be just the footprint of that for a pad at grade. Other than that, everything else is the same building elevations and building footprint from what was submitted.
Thank you. Questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public?
At this point, we do not, Madam Chair.
Right. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
We have all the required information, yes.
Okay. Commissioners, we're sure we don't have any questions? Jeff?
Sorry, we just had a comment that came in today from Deanne Atherton that asked if everyone had received the comment that the Nantucket Coastal Conservancy submitted earlier today in an email. And I know we received it. Joe, did that get sent out? So the comment it made it to the file, didn't make it to the pack. The comment essentially related to whether or not this project was going to be reviewed by the consultant for the coastal resiliency plan, as they had mentioned that in their proposal to the town for the contract. And if the design review that, excuse me, I just butchered that, saying that the new recommendation that was adopted by the select board from CRAC had been applied to that. To clarify that, this is a project that had completed the design phase before that had gone in place. So that policy came into effect for any project to be developed from its adoption forward. And I think we felt that that standard and some of those lifetime things were addressed in the design already, and it had been done prior to that being adopted. So it was still within keeping with that recommendation and some of the things going forward for what's currently being proposed. So we did receive it. We just didn't get it out to everyone today because it came in the middle of the day.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions about that or comments from commissioners? Mark, is
I move for approval.
there a second?
Second.
All right, I'll give the second to Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you. And that moves us on to Kim Glowacki at 46 Easton Street, represented by Dan Bailey and Dan Wells.
Good evening. Thank you. And we also have Don Bracken available and on the call to go over any engineering issues. We were here 2 weeks ago with a further revised site plan. At that time, we hadn't really changed the plan, but what we presented to the commission was a proposal to eliminate our prior plan that called for a reconstructed bulkhead. The commission asked us to revise the plan to do that specifically, to eliminate the bulkhead, which we have done. We've also done a couple of other things that were requested. It was requested that roof drains be recharged and planting beds adjacent to the roof drains be added. And also that the 5-foot wide public access, and I'm not sure that, are these the most recent plans?
I know that
It's the most recent one I have.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. We probably should have made the 5-foot wide public access easement a little more prominent, but it is on there. Exactly right there. Thanks, Joe. So we've added that. And, we really don't have much more than that. I'd ask Dawn to, in a minute, quickly explain a little bit of the infiltration and his design, but just to remind the commission, and I think you all know this, but just for the record, this is a relocation of an existing structure and construction of a new structure. The existing structure had over 1,500 square feet within the 50, including some within the 25. I think it was 403 square feet within 25. We've eliminated all structure within 25 and reduced the amount of structure in the 50 to 1,263 feet. So it's about 20% down. We've elevated the buildings by over 5 feet. They will be on helical piles rather than on a foundation, and there'll be breakaway panels on the first floor. We have also extended the existing dune across the entirety of the parcel. Down on the eastern parcel, just follow it all the way across. Yep, right there, the more stippled one right there. Thank you. And so that I think consistent with some things that the commission had asked us to look at rather than a rebuild of a bulkhead. We're usually looking at natural features that are consistent with how the dune and sand environment has built up here to provide some of the coastal protections. Dawn, why don't you jump in and just briefly touch on the recharge?
So on the side of the proposed buildings facing the water, proposing a 6-foot wide planting bed. That side is about 1 foot to 1.5 foot higher than the north side of the building. So we don't have final roof plans or anything like that yet, but I would anticipate probably half or a third of the roof area would go into the planting beds in that area. And the rest of the roof area will be directed to the stone base under the structure or structures. We submitted a sheet too with some cross sections showing those details. Yeah, there it is. So the detail to the left is the water side of the structures, and the detail to the right is the road side of the structures. So we feel pretty confident that will handle most rainfall events without creating any additional runoff toward the road or toward the resource areas or toward the abutters.
Thank you.
So, I don't think we have much further than that, other than to conclude that it's our position that the commission can approve this because of the reduction of the amount of structure within the 50, as well as the additional environmental benefits of removal of the knotweed, extension of the dunes, the recharge. So there's a net environmental benefit. So under your regulations, you can approve the reconstruction of these buildings within the 50. And we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners? Mark?
Just for the record, Madam Chair, I was making a survey of the properties before us tonight, and was at 46 Easton, I think on Tuesday, and the owner happened to be there, and we had a long chat. I was by myself, actually with Deborah, but no other commissioners, and just had met with the owner. Not planned, but he was there and gave me a tour of the property.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ian?
Dan, so you have public access going down the east side of the property. Does that end at the bulkhead, or does it go across down to the beach?
It'll go down to the beach.
It does or it doesn't?
It does. It'll go all the way down to the beach, and then it will also extend along the beach below the high water mark. So you can walk from Easton Street down below the high water mark, and then have lateral access along the beach, which is a benefit because there's public lateral access to the west at the White Elephant, And there's also public lateral access to the east at the breakers as a result of their Chapter 91 licenses.
Great. Thank you, Dan.
Seth, it looked like you were about to raise your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Dan about the extension of the coastal dune. So see on the plan, it looks like you're going to put sand and plant beach grass behind the bulkhead face that's still exposed. But I'm wondering if it might make more sense to remove the face of the bulkhead there, or actually potentially even just bury it, so that you don't have that kind of just wooden material eating into the area that the dune could spread into as it established.
And I'll ask Dan Wells to respond to that, please.
Okay. Mr. Wells?
Yep, sure. I think, well, part of, we came a couple of hearings ago with a design that would kind of restore or replace the entire structure of that bulkhead. And, the commission, the feedback we got was that what the commission was not too keen on any activity, restoring or replacing that bulkhead. So we took that information and we decided that essentially we'd eliminate that from our proposal. So we're certainly, from the property owner's perspective, it would certainly improve things if we could at least restore a portion of that, but that's not, that's not part of our current design. So, based on your feedback, we could certainly modify that. But I think the way it, what we're showing now is just simply filling in that gap where it's eroded with sand and planting it with beach grass. So we feel like that's a good kind of compromise. It's just restoring some good native habitat, but we're not really, getting into the touching the existing bulkhead structure itself. If that makes sense.
Does that answer your question, Seth?
Sort of. I mean, I definitely was vocal about not wanting a replacement or restoration of the bulkhead. And ultimately, I think it makes more sense to have no bulkhead at that site, because the coastal dune, which is already built up, is fully functioning as a resource area that's minimizing coastal erosion and stormwater and all those things like that. Now we just have maybe 40% of the lateral width being covered by bulkhead acting as a coastal bank with the coastal dune behind it. I think it would just be better from a resource area perspective if it was more naturalized, personally.
Thank you, Seth.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, can I just quickly respond to that?
Sure. Yep.
One of the things that we've talked about during these proceedings, and I think at one point was, and again, Dawn and Dan are better able to speak to this than I am, but removing that bulkhead will require some substantial excavation. And I think what is likely to happen, and this is a dangerous thing, which is the lawyer talking about what's going to happen geomorphologically, is that over time, that bulkhead is just slowly going to get covered, just like the bulkhead on the western side, as the, kind of the dune field builds up there. And the idea of putting, is putting some sand and beach grass behind the bulkhead is to get that process started, maybe, accelerate it a bit.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
Yes, I appreciate the applicant removing the any construction within the 25-foot zone. That's very productive. But I'm troubled by the intensification of the all the building. It's going to be within the 100-foot line. It's greatly increasing the the building and construction on an area that's under our jurisdiction. And that troubles me. As I spoke to earlier, I'd be more receptive to a plan to restore the existing building, but I think it's awfully intense use of an area that's within 0 to 100 feet.
Thank you, Mark. I know I had two comments essentially. I appreciate the new roof design leading into the planting beds. When I looked at the proposed plants, I'm a little worried that they are not at all salt tolerant. So I don't know that they'll actually survive that close to the harbor with flooding actually coming from the harbor. So that might be something to think about. They all seemed like great freshwater wetland plants, but we're really close to the salt water here. And then my second comment kind of piggybacks on what Mark just said. I know in our packet, we had information comparing this property to a property on Hulbert Ave that we just permitted. And I see them as different because the property on Hulbert Ave is really maintaining the same footprint essentially within the flood zone, where this project has a greatly expanded footprint within that entire area that does experience regular flooding at this point. So I do see a difference between these two applications. There are no other questions or comments from commissioners. I guess we'll look to the public. Oh, RJ?
Hey guys, RJ Turcott for Nantucket Land Council. I'd just like to point out that this is a very different project from 45 Hulbert. This is not a raise and then direct replacement. This is a significant addition within the 100, like you guys just said. And these aren't structures that are just going to be vulnerable to a 100-year storm. I mean, even a Category 1 hurricane, if there's substantial flooding from it, is going to damage these new structures. This is a lot of increase on this property in a very vulnerable area to what's not a remarkable storm. This is not going to take a 100-year storm. This is going to take a pretty standard remnant hurricane coming up the coast that's going to be damaging these new buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Jeff?
We do have a public comment from Ann Taylor that said, "Did you notice all the flooding around Easton Street the other day? It just seems a poor idea to build more down there."
Thank you, Jeff. So if there aren't any other questions or comments from commissioners, Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, you do have all of the required information.
Okay. Ian?
Madam Chair, in light of the reservations that you've expressed, Mark's expressed, and I've expressed in the past, I was going to ask Dan if for the proposed new construction, if you would consider a smaller amount of it within the 50, or is this basically your final proposed dwelling?
Dan Bailey, do you have a response to that?
I mean, this is it. And I think, to speak to some of the prior comments, I mean, one of them really went to flood storage, and Dawn can speak to this better than I can, but by removing the existing foundation and increasing the elevations, the first floor, and putting in breakaway panels, I think we provide a substantial improvement over existing conditions with respect to flooding. The issues that are being brought up, which are bulk, mass, etc., I understand the legitimate issues within the buffer zone to raise, but no one has pointed to very specific adverse impacts that might be the result of that. It's more just a sort of general, well, we don't like it, And, I think you need to have some specific reasons why, and like you did with the bulkhead, there were some very specific reasons why, what we were proposing with the bulkhead was an issue. So we went back and we decided to remove that. We're happy with this proposal, and we're perfectly happy to close based on this. And, you make a decision and we'll go from there.
Well, Madam Chair,
Yeah, I also just want to, I guess, state that the second property, or the new dwelling property, I guess it's the eastern half, that is new construction, and it's within 50 feet of a dune, which is as well not allowed under our regulations. So that is something that I'm looking at. And then Ian, do you want to go ahead and speak?
well, no, thank Madam Chair, but with great respect, Dan, that it's not an arbitrary decision at all. And as Ashley said, it's in specifically our regulations forbidding, for want of a better word, new construction within 50 feet of a resource area. And so I hope you can see from our point of view that we're worried about establishing any form of precedence like that, despite what you feel that you have made sufficient concessions that you want us to grant a waiver to that provision.
That's right. Maybe we're dancing angels on the head of a pin, but that's not, and I went to this last time. It's not, it's new, just like 45 Hulbert is new. It's really about the amount of work that is within the 50. And here our position is that we're we're providing take a step back. I understand where you're coming from, Ian, but this is an environmental benefit. Maybe it doesn't go quite as far as the commission would like, but it does quite a bit. And it's certainly better than what's there right now. I've gone as far as I can. I don't have authority to go any further. So, I would urge you to, look at the benefits here and to approve this proposal. I don't think that in terms of setting a precedent, it's any different than any other time. You have to look at a waiver and determine whether there's a legitimate environmental benefit that justifies the grant of the waiver.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Seth, I think you were raising your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think about our two waiver provisions that would be applicable in this scenario. One is no reasonable alternatives, no adverse impacts. I think several reasonable alternatives have been proposed by the commission for the site. It might not be the type of plan that the applicant wants, but there are reasonable alternatives. And then the other waiver provision that's possible is long-term net benefit. And I totally agree with the applicant that there are some benefits to this project in terms of raising the elevation of the dwellings and how that's going to impact floodwaters. I think that's definitely beneficial. But there are additional impacts that occur by increasing the amount of structure on site. And I don't see the long-term net benefit here in my mind without some type of well thought out, site-wide restoration to that coastal dune or something else to kind of really go one step further. So I totally appreciate where the applicant's coming from. That's just how I see it.
Can I respond to that?
Well, okay. I think Don had his hand up, and then, yeah.
Yeah, real quick, I was just going to confirm what Dan said is that the proposed project doesn't result in any loss of flood storage. And also to address RJ Turcotte's comments about having a hurricane and withstanding a hurricane force. It will be designed, to meet the 100-year flood zone requirements. It'll be structurally designed to withstand a 100-year storm. So I just want to make those two comments. So turn it over to Dan.
Thank you. Dan Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted to address your comment about the species for the planting plan, and that's easily modified. I just wanted to point out the species chosen they're intended to be native, and they're taken from a brochure by the Nantucket Conservation Foundation. So it specifies all native plants that are known to do well on the island. So that's an easy modification, to swap out more salt tolerant species. But to one of Commissioner Engelbard's comments about this planting area, I think my intention was to have at least 7 shrubs in front of each of the 2 houses, plus 18 herbaceous species. Will certainly get you a more detailed planting plan. So this incorporating, by this feature, which is going to infiltrate the rainwater, it's also going to provide a pretty substantial native plant addition to the property. And keep in mind, in addition to removing the Japanese knotweed, we're also replanting that area with native species. So now we have, in addition to that number of plantings by the former knotweed area, now in front of the 2 homes, there's going to be, specially designed native plants that are beneficial to pollinators and, berries for birds, things like that. So that's another environmental benefit to keep in mind from this current design. So I just wanted to point that out. And finally, I just wanted to get into the kind of the discussion of the potential adverse impacts. And, just from the bylaw regulations discussing potential adverse effects to the coastal dune and the buffer zone, the potential adverse effects that are mentioned are altering the ability of wind or waves to remove sand from or deposit sand on a dune, by disturbing vegetative cover in a manner sufficient to destabilize the dune. Those are, by having the project set back the way it is, there's, I don't see any reason for considering that an adverse effect to the dune itself. And finally, this project would not interfere with the landward or the lateral movement of the dune. Keep in mind, there's this dune that's built up over time over the top of the man-made coastal bank. And so in addition, we have this planted area in the front of the homes. So I just wanted you to consider that the low likelihood of adverse effects to the coastal dune resource area.
Thank you. Joe?
I just think that this dune is going to keep growing. I mean, it's been doing well without any help. So I think by them planting and adding more vegetation, I think it's going to help, substantially to this dune. And where it's the only one along the strip, the closest one is either Jones Beach or it's around by, the lifeguard station or the Coast Guard station. And I also think, to RJ Turcotte's comments, and I agree that the standards now for building a house in Nantucket are far greater than they were 15 years ago, with hold down straps, et cetera, Simpson clips. So that's not going to be a problem. I also think that this 1 or 2 projects being up on piers is going to allow for more water storage to be available on the site than there was ever before. I just think there's a lot of benefits by going this route. I'm a little bit having a hard time getting around some of our regulations to allow the new dwelling, but I also think that there is some benefits to having this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Dan Bailey has his hand up, and then I'll go to you, Maureen.
Thank you. I want to be crystal clear about your regulations. You're authorized to grant waivers in 3 circumstances. One is after an alternatives analysis demonstrates that there's no reasonable alternative. That's not what we're asking for here. The other has to do with projects that are not in the, resource areas not in the control of the applicant, public areas, things like that. That's not what we're asking for. What we're asking for is a waiver under your third waiver provision that says that the applicant provides a long-term net benefit and the adverse effects are minimized. And that's what we think we're doing here. And I think Dan and Dawn just explained that very well.
Thank you. Maureen?
Obviously, this is Dan, you've presented us with a difficult problem to unwind. What I can't unfortunately get back, if there was a reason that the second dwelling had to be there, and I don't know what that would be, but the fact that there will be additional building within the 50 is the thing that I just can't get past. And I understand that what would get built would be better than what if something else had been built earlier. I understand that the plantings, could prove to be helpful. I really don't think, I don't think any of us are quarreling with that, but the problem is the fact that it's sitting, that a portion is sitting in the 50. And I just can't get past that. I don't see how this second dwelling then becomes a long-term benefit, even if it has the additions of the plantings and would be built in such a way as to provide more flood storage. I wish, I think you guys have done a lot, and I appreciate that. This has moved very, very far from when we first saw it months ago, when we were being told to consider a garage under the new dwelling as a water-dependent boathouse. And you've gone way past that, and I think we all appreciate all that work. But I feel very much constrained by the fact that this will be in the 50, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other, Dave?
Yes, I think even though it's in the 50, more construction, I think the reduction that they're going to provide in the 50 and the elimination of the 25 is a good moving forward with this project. If we don't approve this, I'm afraid they're going to not do anything, and then we still have that hard foundation in at the way it is at the present time. If we lose all that water storage that they're going to provide by moving it.
Thank you, Dave. Any other final thoughts or comments from commissioners? So Jeff, we do have everything we need to close.
You do have all of the required information, yes.
Okay. So Mr. Bailey, what would you like to do with this one? Would you like to close?
Let's close.
Yep.
All right. Is there a motion?
Motion to close.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal? Oh, you're muted.
Are we voting on the issue or on closing?
On closing.
Yeah, aye.
All right. Engelborg?
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding?
Aye.
LaFleur?
Aye.
Phillips?
Aye.
Topham?
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you. And that moves us on to Marcia Kleinberg at 18 Quidnet Road, represented by Brian Madden and Don Bracken. Oh, that was continued. Yep,
Yes.
Sorry, just saw that. Didn't bold it, so I missed it. So we're moving to Robert E. Furdock at 26 Westchester Street, represented by Brian Madden and Don Bracken.
Thank you very much. For the record, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental. So I'll walk you through the proposed work activities on the site. Just for familiarity purposes, there's an isolated vegetated wetland in the northeasterly portion of the site. There's a second off-site isolated wetland located southeast of the house. So the proposed work coming in off of Westchester involves shifting the driveway further away from the isolated vegetated wetland. The crosshatched area is the driveway to be eliminated and revegetated. And we're proposing just to revegetate with a native seed mix. It's a very thin, narrow strip, cumulative of 320 square feet. But I think shifting it further away from the resource area is an improvement. But we don't want to propose shrubs along that narrow strip just for the fact that it's going to create issues for maintenance, overhanging vegetation, et cetera. And it will, the abutting vegetation will start to fill it in as well. But the new realigned driveway is shown on the, that's the west side of the driveway, just to make it a little bit straighter and again, further away from the resource area. Up closer to the house, we're proposing to expand the parking area for vehicles. It's a modest, small expansion, upgradient of the 25-foot buffer zone. In that location, that there's a large Siberian elm tree, an old tree that has been pruned many times over the years. And the new owners had Bartlett Tree out there to do a tree assessment. And they assigned it a moderate risk to the structure and to parked vehicles. So it's the applicant's desire to remove that now before it falls, damaging property. That tree is outside of the 25-foot buffer zone. And we are proposing to plant 3 native saplings to replace the elm. We're proposing to plant Tupelo and or red maple saplings, and those saplings are shown on the proposed plan. Kind of working around the house, there's a proposed 2 to 3 foot high retaining wall outside the 50-foot buffer zones on the east side of the house. And south of the dwelling, there's proposed stone patios and a 10 by 15 foot spa. The spa is only going to be 4 feet deep. It will maintain the 2 feet separation to high groundwater. All proposed retaining walls around the patios and step areas in the spa will be outside the 50-foot buffer zone. The patios will be dry laid material. And the last aspect of work, along the southerly and southeasterly property edges, there's Japanese knotweed that's taken over, and we're proposing to manage the knotweed yet. So it's a stippled area. Basically just cut the and bag the material, bring it to the Nantucket digester, and then do an herbicide treatment for remaining growth and regrowth that presumably will happen. And we're proposing to plant American holly along that property line to replace the knotweed. So while some of the work does occur within the 25-foot buffer zone, we feel that there will be a long-term net benefit through the management of the invasive species and shifting the driveway further away from the resource area. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian.
No problem.
Maureen?
I was wondering, Brian, could you put the thing back, Joe, the map, The plan, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess the thing that, seeing this proposed granite patio, this new patio, I was, and then looking at the fact that there's a porch on the other side of the house, I was, why do we have to have, additional, cover in that area? I really, that just, it was like, why is that there? There's a porch, and I don't see the point of what the benefit of having a granite patio there is. I understand that knotweed is going to be removed, and which is a good thing, obviously, but a permanent granite patio is that personally, I just don't think that is something for us to to go along with. And also, through the chair, I have a question for Seth or anyone else. The old elm that is that the applicant would like to remove. I'm just wondering, a moderate risk. I don't know, but old trees are something that I personally value, and so I don't know if that is. I'd like to hear. Seth, if you don't mind me asking you, I'd like to hear your opinion on that. And but again, the granite patio just seems, if they want the porch to be granite, go make the porch granite. But why do we have to have a new patio within the 50? Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Seth, do you feel comfortable taking that one?
I can take this one, no problem. And I'm sure Brian has similar thoughts here as well. But it's a Siberian elm that they're proposing to remove, which is a non-native species. Coupled with the fact that it's judged by a professional tree company to be of moderate risk to the cars parked and to the dwelling if it fell, I see no reason at all to leave that tree there. I think it's a massive improvement actually to remove it and plant the native saplings there. I think that's way better than the existing conditions. And it would be one thing if it was potentially an old native or a champion tree of a non-native, but it sounds like it's just a moderately unhealthy non-native tree that doesn't really serve a purpose there.
Yeah, and just to elaborate on that point, it has been pruned quite a bit in the past, and there's cables currently connecting larger limbs to try to shore it up, and the past property owner did that. So it's not long for this world before it really starts to come down. And as Seth did mention, it is a non-native species, and we're proposing the 3 new native saplings to replace it. And just relative to the granite patio, so the granite patio is a dry laid pervious feature. It's non-structural. So from a structural aspect, we're not asking for any waivers on that end.
Oh, okay. I thank you for clarifying that, because it was unclear to me whether there was, additional retaining things or something around that patio, and the fact that it's going to be dry laid, that certainly makes a difference. And I've learned my lesson about ever saying anything about a tree before I let Seth say something about the tree. And I should have known Siberia is not native to Nantucket. So thank you.
And just relative to the patio, so it's on a upper shelf area of the back lawn area. So there's not a need for a substantive regrading. It's just sitting on that shelf.
Jeff?
Yeah, if I may, if it helps to clarify, Maureen, it's tough to see on the plan, especially on the screen. But if you look really closely underneath that patio, there's a pretty substantial drop off, and you can see the steps that are already existing that are there. I know when we did our site review and looked at that, it's probably about a probably about a 4-foot drop off from the top of that to the grade. So it already goes pretty quickly. And not to beat up on the poor old tree, but most of the substantial lower limbs have been pruned off over time. And some of the interior of those cutoffs have definitely seen some interior and kind of some core rot on it as well. And between the wires is, I think Bartlett Tree's assessment is kind for the tree. So it's definitely probably better to get replaced with something that will provide some native good habitat value over time and last a little bit longer.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions, Ian?
Yes. So both for Brian and for Jeff, wasn't this house completely rehabbed a few years ago? And when they did it, they sort of substantially filled in the back of the lot there. That's why there's such a drop off. Because I remember, I live a couple of 100 yards away, and so I walk there all the time. And I remember being astonished at how it was being regraded in such a fashion. And I was wondering if that had any bearing on, first of all, whether they had permission originally to add so much fill within the 25 and the 50. And yeah, so that's my first question.
All right.
Yep.
Brian?
Yeah, I can speak to it first and then Jeff can fill in if needed. So I had worked on the original NOI for that. We filed that back in 2011, 2012. There was a drop off. There was a grade change in the back previously. I think it was worked on under that order of conditions per as approved. And we did get that certificate of compliance for it. I don't know if Jeff wanted to add anything more, but the work was done in compliance with the permit.
Thank you, Brian. Jeff, do you have anything to add to that?
I think Brian's description of that timeline is pretty accurate for what happened.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to remask.
So my second question is how is water infiltration? With how large are the chunks of granite on the patio, and to what extent will that affect drainage to the surrounding wetlands?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know exactly the spacing. I mean, it's your typical stone patio. Everything should infiltrate vertically naturally. There's no hardener or impervious material that would otherwise restrict natural infiltration. And I wouldn't anticipate any runoff whatsoever.
Okay, and the reason why I ask is it gets awfully soggy there as when I was walking up to the oldest house from Lily Pond there.
Yes. Yep. I'm very familiar with the area and that offsite wetland, I think is primarily fed by a sump pump that runs probably quite a bit at certain times of the year. But yeah, I'm familiar. It does get soggy back out there towards Lily.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions from commissioners? I know, Brian, I was curious. I'm thankful that they're moving the driveway and doing some revegetation there. I think that's a definite benefit. But when I looked at the back of the property, even though patios are pervious, there is a lot kind of being added back there. And I just wasn't sure if the client would consider maybe giving back a little bit more of that 25 to be natural vegetation. I realize they're taking out the knotweed, but something with the grade of the lawn going right towards that wetland, I just thought that might be beneficial.
Yeah. So Joe, I don't know if you can just put the plan back up quickly. Thank you. Yeah, so coming around, you see in the back, there's that landscaped garden area, and then a grassed area that comes around to the side. I can bring it back to the applicant to see if they'd be willing to put a little bit additional native plants in the back corner. Certainly don't want to cut off access around that corner, but that's something that they may be amenable towards. I don't know if that's something that could be conditioned, and we could come back with a revegetation plan at this point in time.
Jeff?
Sorry, my suggestion after I unmute myself. I think that's something, Madam Chair, if you guys are interested in that. I know on our site view, the area that's kind of on the, I guess it would be kind of the southeastern corner of that lot there. The knotweed that's coming in there looks like it's been in an area that's been disturbed for landscaping and planting a little bit before. Doesn't look like a lot of work on it's happened lately. I think you could condition that area to also include a restoration plan once that knotweed's removed to be filed, and then you guys can amend to deal with it there, and certainly try to encourage that to come out some. But I think you could write conditions for that, certainly.
Thank you, Jeff.
And we'd be open to that.
Thank you, Brian. My other question is kind of for Jeff and for Brian. Because this property is in such close proximity to the wetlands, and I'm assuming the water table, I think we would put a condition on there that any fertilizer, any lawn chemicals, any of those records be submitted with the commission. I know, Jeff, you've been writing that one in fairly frequently now.
Yeah,
Ian?
we can certainly take that up under the order. Sorry, Ian.
Oh, not at all, Jeff. And Madam Chair, I wonder if it'd be possible to have a drainage system, in the center of the patios to make sure that in a heavy rain, that it actually drains down rather than washing off into the surrounding wetland. And because I get the feeling it's going to be, especially with any rain, with a hard rain, it's just going to run right off. So I'd like some guaranteed provision that wouldn't happen.
Brian?
Don, I don't know if you'd just want to jump in on that, if that's feasible.
Yeah, I think we could add some kind of drain to go into some subsurface kind of system underneath the patio, or put a subsurface system off the edge of it. So I think we could come up with a way to control the runoff during a really heavy storm from that patio.
Thank you. I don't want to add to the expense of your client, but I just look at it as being a potential problem.
Yeah, I think what we could do is put some kind of drain in the middle or off to one side, and then pipe it to some kind of subsurface system.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff?
I was just going to say, I think that's something that could be included in the order of conditions as well.
Perfect. Any last questions or comments from commissioners before we look at the public? Looks like no. And I can see the chat, and it looks like there's no public comment at this point. So Jeff, do we have everything we would need to close this one?
Yes, you do.
Brian, would you like to close? Oh, Maureen? Brian, would you like to close?
Please.
Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Maureen got it. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye, and goodbye to the Siberian elm.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to Shakamo 1 LLC at 36 Shakamo Road, represented by Brian Madden and Don Bracken.
Thank you very much. Proposed project involves restoration of a structure. It's labeled as a boathouse. It's not a boathouse under the bylaw definition. It's a non-water dependent structure. And if you maybe zoom in a little bit more and get the detail what's going on. So it's just a renovation of an existing structure where they're adding a proposed screen porch on the west side of the structure. That screen porch is overlapping with existing deck and stone patio, all outside the 50-foot. And there's a small proposed addition on the east side, 109 square feet. Again, also outside the 50-foot. The limit of work is relatively tight in and around that area. No work within the 25-foot buffer zone. So no waivers requested on this one. And it will be accessed via the east side of the property, and then connecting up to that footpath, and any landscaped or vegetated areas on the east side of the property will be revegetated in kind once access is no longer needed, construction access.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, are there any comments from the public? That also looks like it's a no at this point.
No, we don't have any. I do have one quick comment is we show that as being within mapped habitat and haven't received anything back from NISA yet, or Natural Heritage, unless Brian has.
We have not yet. We're still in the 30 days. It's nearly an exempt activity. It's just that back 100 square foot addition does push you into naturally vegetated areas. But you know, when we did the redevelopment of the property, always received a no take. But
yeah, we were hoping it was going to come in, but yeah, no dice.
So commissioners, one last shot at comments. It sounds like this is continuing for 2 weeks. So no comments. Brian, would you like to continue?
Please.
Just really quickly before you guys do that, is this a project that you guys would anticipate a positive order for the next meeting? All right.
I just have one quick question.
Yep, Joe.
So I'm just worried about the equipment and how it's going to get there, because it is kind of in a pinch point between the 25s. So
yeah, thanks, Joe. Joe, do you mind pulling up that plan again? I tried to verbalize a bit. We didn't have the full screen image, but I'll just once it's pulled up, I'll walk you through it.
Okay, thanks.
Joanne's computer is fighting with her. There we go.
As always. If you scroll down a little bit to the south. Yep. Thanks. So coming in off of the gravel driveway there on the east side, right there, that is a sunken driveway, and then there's a stone wall around the perimeter of it. So we're going to create a ramp that goes along, actually just right of that. So between the 50-foot buffer and that stone wall. And then it's just going to run parallel to that stone wall, hugging the stone wall. That's all previously landscape conditions. And then once you get past the stone wall, it's just going to bump out to the lawn area and continue on from there. And so we're just going to revegetate that area, which is primarily arrowwood that's been planted in the past. So it won't encroach in the 25-foot buffer zone.
So basically you'll go down that footpath that's currently there.
Correct, yeah, yep.
So, all right, because it just seemed like, I didn't know if that path was getting widened, so you get machinery in there. That's what I was just kind of curious of what was going to be happening, or is it just on piers?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of heavy, larger equipment out there. So I think it can all be accessed via that footpath. It may be a little bit deceiving that there's some like overhanging vegetation. I think in reality, it's a little bit more open. If there's a need to widen it, that will be outside the 25-foot buffer zone. I haven't been given any indication that there would be a need to widen it at that point. But you probably do it on the right side, outside that 25-foot.
Yeah, I just think if you could set up some buffer from like the existing retaining wall and whatever, 10 or 15 feet running parallel to that, just so that no structures, no vehicles or whatever is outside of that area going, off that path. Would be great.
Yeah, I guess in the interim, we can just give an access route, show that on the plan. And, I guess the need for erosion control may just be done on a discretionary basis, but certainly we can hang some flags and demarcate that edge to make sure it's all hugged in tightly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other final last-minute thoughts from commissioners?
Horse-drawn provisions?
Helicopter.
Oh, helicopter, even better. I also just want to throw it out there because I'm seeing our public chat. If you're going to type into our chat, please make sure you use your name and you're appropriate for the meeting. That is important for us and our records to keep this running smoothly. So Brian, would you like to continue for 2 weeks?
Please.
Okay, so this will continue until October 15th.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That moves us on to Nantucket Island Land Bank at 35 Almanac Pond Road, represented by Rachel Freeman, Taylor Donovan, and Guthrie Diamond.
Hi, Ashley. Thank you so much. Taylor Donovan is going to be presenting this evening, and she is with me. Right here.
Hi, Taylor Donovan with the Land Bank. And so we had presented this plan quite some time ago, so we wanted to review what we're proposing, which is a boardwalk installation through a bordering vegetated wetland. And as mentioned, it's for 35 Almanac Pond Road. And so the purpose for the boardwalk would be to add connectivity to the property. It would connect our new Beechwood Farm property to Norwood Farm, owned by the Conservation Foundation, to the west, and to our existing trail networks for Beechwood Farm, which are to the north. And the property is also west of our Stump Pond property. And so last time we presented, were asked to provide a wetlands education sign to post at the start of the boardwalk. And so we have that tonight. And I guess we would welcome any comments on the sign or suggestions.
Thank you. I love education, however it's presented, so I think that's awesome.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the sign as well. I was just wondering if it'd be possible to add like a link to learn more about the project for inquiring minds, QR code or a URL, something like that.
About the installation of the.
About wetlands in general or the project?
About the projects, about why the boardwalk is being, installed and what habitats people are walking through. Like, what's the benefit of those habitats?
Yeah, it's funny, Seth, you say QR codes because I was thinking the same thing after our last meeting. Last time I was on Cornell's campus where I went to school, they have signs and all of them have a QR code that brings you to expanded information, which is pretty valuable and it doesn't take up space on your sign, which is nice.
Yeah, that could easily be implemented with the existing sign.
Awesome. Thank you. Joe?
So the other part of that is when you, those codes, it's kind of cool. If you do that, you can also bring it into Strava and it can kind of give you the path. So if you want to make sure you're going in the right direction. So it's kind of a win-win on both fronts, really help define the spaces and where are the trails around that area. Cause it's just beautiful inside there. And I think you can see the tree, that was unintentional. That's actually from right around the corner from you, that site, so.
Yeah, and it's got your initials carved in it, hasn't it, Joyce?
Someone else's as well, plus.
But we know better now and we don't.
No, I didn't do anything like that. It's still a joke.
All right, any other comments or questions from commissioners?
I'm totally pleased, and I do hope, it goes forward. And I think the idea that Kincaid's system is a great idea.
Great.
Concur.
Anybody else? All right, so we'll look for questions or comments from the public. Doesn't look like we have any on YouTube. So Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, we do.
All right. Would you guys like to close?
Yes, please.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to close.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Okay, carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to 14 Mayhew Lane Nominee Trust at 14 Mayhew Lane. And this is represented by David Haynes. David, are you with us at the moment?
Ashley,
Yes.
I think there's another number 8 is also the land bank filing.
Oh, I skipped that. Wow. Sorry, Joanne, and Land Bank. So we're moving on again to Nantucket Islands Land Bank, all land bank properties, again represented by Rachel Freeman, Taylor Donovan, and Guthrie Diamond.
Good evening. Thank you so much for hearing this NOI. This is a new, attempt at permitting basically all of our maintenance work that we do in and around wetlands and wetland buffers and wetland resource areas across land bank properties. This is something Jeff Carlson and I have been in discussion about for some time. And I will tell you that as of tonight, we have not received feedback from Natural Heritage, and many of these are impacted by estimated habitat. But I wanted to start working with the conservation commissioners first, and then I will be working with Natural Heritage to see if this is actually something that we could achievably do. Our goal, as I said before, is to really receive approval and an official order of conditions for all of the ongoing maintenance work we do on our properties. And I do see sort of a bunch of different benefits to that. One of them that I could see for the commission is that really we would be looking to renew this every 3 years. So any additional properties or changes in activities, we would be bringing to you every 3 years. Again, with the intention of updating our field management guide and how we're doing work on our properties. To give you an idea of some of the different types of work that is ongoing, and this is just yearly maintenance at the land bank that occurs in wetland resource areas. You know, any sort of boardwalk or bridge maintenance, bulkhead maintenance, culvert maintenance, deck maintenance, trails through wetland buffers, you know, maintaining those by keeping them open and passable, trails through dunes. Similarly, any sort of hazard tree or branch removal that occurs within a wetland resource area or associated buffer zone. Ongoing maintenance mowing. So we do have a couple of different properties where we have been mowing in the winters, and it's been approved at some level, but it's never been officially approved. So this is sort of, we would like to formalize a lot of the work that has been ongoing at the land bank for some time now. And so I'm bringing this to the commission in the hopes that tonight we could have a discussion about how the commissioners feel about this idea and whether there's specific pieces of information that were not contained in our NOI that you would like to see going forward. And just like I said, open the discussion is my hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Jeff?
Yeah, so just to kind of add on to Rachel's presentation a little bit and not to take up too much time, it's something that we've been kind of talking about at a staff level with Rachel for a while. And really kind of what it came from was all of the discussion that it's seemingly that we always have about the activities that the DPW is doing. And I know that's not always the best place to start with all of it, but we always have questions about, you know, roadway maintenance for areas next to like Maya Comet Pond and cutting back of roadways. And it seems like a lot of those things, while they're considered maintenance and maybe exempt from the Wetlands Protection Act, I think the intent was to say, even if they are exempt, we want to come in, get feedback, get conditions to make sure that we're doing it in the most sensitive and appropriate way, and then try to find some way to move forward and have an open dialogue with the commission and feel that we have something that we can give to our crews to go out and know they're doing things within permits, let people be able to see it, know what we're going to do, know what to expect, and have a better idea and be a little bit more transparent about how we're maintaining properties in areas that may be sensitive areas where we didn't have that before. So that was kind of the root of this. Started with that and some questions from work that Public Works was doing, but then the land bank said, I think that's a great idea. Let's look at it for our own properties and kind of come forward first, and are just trying to see how you guys feel about it or have any thoughts.
Thank you, Jeff. So commissioners, do we have any thoughts? Mark?
A question for Rachel. Would this be an across the board sort of permission, or would it be a property by property? Specifically, each property would have a set of conditions.
Well, see, that's where it gets interesting. It would be a bit of across the board, but what we included is a field maintenance guide, and it basically calls out different activities that happen on different properties. And we could certainly specify what goes on where. Due to the number of properties we have, it's really challenging to do individual orders for separate properties. The land bank owns over 3,500 acres, and we feel like that's, if you start getting into conditioning individual properties, we would really be challenged. So it's a little bit of both, I guess. It's a little bit of a blanket, you know, we will be doing this, but I guess on different properties. But I guess the other thing is that you could know is that we'll be doing it the right way, or the way that you approved of us doing it. And like I said, I think we're pretty happy, and we actually have that information. We didn't include it in the NOI because it seemed that was the direction we were going in now, but we do actually have lists of different activities that occur on different properties.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Well, Rachel, I would anticipate if we did this for the land bank, and I don't have any opinion about it yet. I would anticipate that the Conservation Foundation might come in, Mass Audubon might come in, Linda Loring Foundation might come in, and the list goes on of large landowners on the island who have properties that have multiple wetlands and come in and want to just have a carte blanche to maintain their properties without any oversight from the Conservation Commission, which I would find troubling.
I agree. I do think that one difference is that ours are public lands and the others are all private lands. They're all private land trust. And I don't know that it really, I'm not sure with the regulations how much that matters, but that adds actually one difference between, we're closer to the DPW than we are to the Conservation Foundation in the type of organization that we are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachel, for that. Ian, and then Jeff, and then Joe.
So I had a question for Jeff as well as a question for Rachel. My question for Jeff was surely it's not a blanket exemption for the DPW. In other words, they had to come before us when they were reinforcing the Pulpus Road by Sacajah Pond. And that Rachel, I was gonna, a hypothetical about removing Phragmites, where that would be in this maintenance program going forward, because I certainly feel Mark makes a salient point. Thank you.
Removing Phragmites would require a full NOI, as we always do.
No, I understand.
So,
without wishing to interrupt, I understand, but that was an example of, you know, where do you draw the line?
right, no, totally. And I think within the request, we've called out a series of maintenance activities. And our expectation would be that we would be restricted to the activities that are called out in the NOI for, you know, if we were to receive any sort of permit, that we would be restricted to the activities that are called out here.
Yeah.
And our intention is still to come back for any sort of, anything that wouldn't just be really general maintenance. So anything like, you know, new invasive species work, or I can think of tons of things, but those would all be new notices.
Thank you, Rachel. Jeff?
Yeah, just to kind of answer the question that was asked. And I think when we look at this, it's not necessarily any new work. So any expansion of areas or new projects or new walkways, anything that would be new, would require a new filing to do that work. This is simply a filing to memorialize the practices for things that are currently being maintained. So if you wanted to manage a new area for Phragmites, it would require a new notice of intent that would be project driven, or a new section of boardwalk that would be a new notice of intent. But if you wanted to maintain the current system of boardwalks that are in place, the maintenance procedures would be memorialized in this order of conditions. And some of that thought was simply, some of those boardwalks are they're even probably older than all of us in some of these spots and things that are there, and they've been maintained to make sure that there's some maintained to the same standard as the rest. And are covered by a permit that's been reviewed and those procedures be reviewed. So again, it'd be something where they don't have carte blanche to go and mow a new field, but they would have the ability to still apply to do that, but they'd have the ability to maintain what was there within the buffer zones.
Makes sense.
Thank you, Jeff. Joe?
Well, yeah, I agree with Jeff. I think that the way I understood this, you know, if you walk down a trail in the beginning of June, it's perfect, it's great. But then you get towards August, and my body shape, I'm sound like a bear running through the trails when I'm on my bike. So, you know, I think for them going to do this maintenance, it's necessary. And I think that to save them some time, as far as paperwork, I do think a quick little email into Jeff's office just saying we're working here and we're near this wetland, just so they don't, you know, when a call comes in, they can quickly answer, like, they're there, we know about it. I don't think they're looking to expand anything, but I think it's some way to mobilize quickly if something happens. I was on a trail 2 weeks ago and there was a tree that fell down. So I alerted Jesse Bell, and next, you know, they were able to remove the tree because it was, you know, became a hiker bike and there was no one that was going to be able to get past there. So I think there's some of these situations that are going to rise where they need to move quickly. And I think a quick email into Jeff's office saying this is what we're going to do. I do think that Rachel understands that anything that's new or needs maintenance, whatever, or needs a new NOI, they're going to go forward with this. I mean, I think that they've gotten burned once or twice, once at least, and I don't think they want that to ever happen again on their watch. I do think that the Conservation Foundation and the Land Bank and Linda Loring Foundation, I think that if they want to set up these protocols and just alert us of what they're going to do, because they're all in the same and kind of situation. I do think they are private, but I do think that this is something they could expedite, because I do know that the Conservation Foundation, you know, saying they have, you know, thousands and thousands of acres of land that they're trying to maintain, and sometimes whatever happens needs to be removed or maintained quickly. So I kind of see this as not giving them carte blanche and say do whatever you want, but yeah, go maintain that and, you know, make it very accessible and safe for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm generally supportive of this notice of intent. I think it's really well thought out and will help the land bank establish more systematic maintenance protocols going forward. I have three main points, however. The one is that I would request that any logs of maintenance activities come to the commission. I'm assuming that the maintenance staff are keeping those anyway, so just annual reporting of all the maintenance activities that are done. I would request that. The second is for some of these items, there's just kind of a very basic description of what the topic is. So like, for instance, in beach stairs, it says monitor closely by making routine inspections, ensure the stairs are safe, stable, accessible, and well maintained at all times, perform preventative maintenance and make necessary repairs in a timely manner. Some of these things I think are pretty straightforward, like mowing. Everyone knows what mowing is, or regrading roads. I think people know what that is as well. There's just a few things that I think maintenance activities need to be much more well laid out in writing. So for instance, bulkheads, I think that definitely needs some looking into. It says here, make necessary repairs in a timely manner. But in our regulations, there's the issue with bulkhead repair in some cases. It actually calls out that bulkheads cannot be repaired unless there's a more environmentally friendly solution considered, even for pre-1978 structures. So I think that a majority of these things are what I'd consider like kind of routine, minor maintenance. There's a few things in my mind. I think boardwalks and bulkheads and potentially docks, just clarifying what is maintenance versus what is a genuine repair or rebuild. So I wouldn't want it to get into activities that are functional, new structure or functional rebuilding of those structures. If you have to replace one wooden plank, it's different than you have to take out, the bulk of the joists and everything and put new piles in and things like that. So I think it just needs to be a little bit better clarified as to what is maintenance and what is repair.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you, Seth.
Yep. Thank you, Seth. I was thinking along the same lines with the maintenance versus repair. When I read through this application, I walk your Gardner property quite a bit, so that kind of came up in my head, and I was thinking about the bridge that you cross over, and when I was reading through, I thought, well, if this becomes unstable, that to me would need like a full repair versus a maintenance activity. So I guess maybe clarifying like what would need machinery would maybe be more along like the lines of needing a notice of intent versus like what Seth said, like one plank, needing some hammers and nails isn't a big deal. I also just was concerned a little bit about like the vista pruning activities because it's gotten you guys in trouble before. Kind of blanket allowing vista pruning made me nervous without kind of a defined line of the vista for the properties. Like I think that might need to be somewhat specific. And then I was also just wondering, and again, I'm going to use your Gardner property as an example. 2 years ago, I was walking it a lot and the goldenrod was all about to bloom. And then literally I went like a few days later and you guys had mowed the whole field. And I thought, wow, that was about to be like perfect pollinator habitat. And I just couldn't wrap my head around the timing of that mow, to the point where I actually thought about calling your office, and then it kind of fell off my radar. So I'm just wondering about that. And if your mowing is just kind of mowing to mow, or if it's for certain habitat management when we're clearing like a whole field, not like the trail maintenance. So that's just some of my thoughts.
Can I just answer your question quickly about Gardner?
Yeah.
We have ongoing spotted knapweed issues there, and we have been somewhat overwhelmed by them in the past and continue to be. So what we do is as much removal as we can, and then we mow it if we feel like there's still plants that we just can't get to. So Gardner there is actually a reason why we mow at that weird time of year, is that I have a pretty big fear that that place is going to just become an entire field of spotted knapweed. And it's just a very tenacious plant that we've struggled with in a bunch of different areas. So, but that's one of our worst. I would blatantly tell you that is our worst area for spotted knapweed.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
Mowing is our resort. Yeah.
Because that's the sort of information that I think is helpful to us as commissioners, just to have that perspective.
Right, because I completely agree. The time that we mow that would be just about the time that everything would be blooming and it would be beautiful. And yes, that is completely true. It's basically the tail end of the season where we're like, okay, the spotted knapweed's going to set seed and we're going to have a huge setback here. So.
Well, thank you for that clarification for me.
Yeah. But no, I think I completely agree. I appreciate your feedback that you really need more clarification and more information on some of these things. I will say that there's one huge piece of it that keeps kind of jumping out at me, which is that most of the time when we're doing maintenance activities, it's really public safety issues. And so that's what's driving, do we need to fix this board in the boardwalk? Or do we, we wouldn't really do much with a bulkhead unless it became a hazard. And I would say that similarly with vista pruning, one of the reasons that we actually want to vista prune, and this is something that I know is controversial, but is that we have so many people vista prune our properties for us. I mean, it's endless. The number of times we walk out and find that somebody's cut something down. And I have an ongoing discussion with a woman in Sconset who's really frustrated with me because I said, we're not going to trim in front of your house because it's within the buffer to a dune field. And she said, well, my neighbors did. And I was like, yes, they did. And the neighbors next to them did too. And it's completely on our property, and we can send letters and we can, do those kinds of things, but we really have no recourse for this stuff. And so we feel like if, someplace like Ocean Ave, we had the possibility of mindfully vista pruning and having your blessing as to how we were going to do it, we would limit the number of times that a property owner sends their landscaper out to mow it down to 6 inches, or decides to take out trees of their own volition or things like that. So I think that's kind of where we're headed with that, is maybe if we do it the way the commission feels comfortable, then we would prevent the possibility of somebody else doing it in their, willy-nilly, however they want. So it's kind of where our rationale was with that.
No, I appreciate that explanation. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few things, so hold tight. First of all, thank you for the explanation, Rachel, about vista pruning. It's unfortunate that it seems like you have no recourse. I would say, though, that the Conservation Commission definitely has recourse. We can issue enforcement orders on people who are doing unpermitted vista pruning. So please, anytime you know of that happening, refer that to the commission. And I personally am happy to take up enforcement orders on people who are doing that. Secondly, just to clarify my earlier comment about maintenance versus repair, I think that if you just look through your list of things, anything that would be considered structural, I think it just helps us spell out what's maintenance and what's repair. Anything that's just grading or mowing, it's kind of not that important, but any structures, it would be good to see that definition. And then third, I've had the pleasure of helping volunteer pull spot and knotweed at Gardner Farm. And I can say confidently that it's a serious issue. So I think that when these things come up where they're maybe not even just in that case, but when mowing is happening at different times of the year, generally it's happening for some reason. It's not just like when they feel like it. It's generally happening for some ecologically based issue or reason. And maybe it would be good if the commission is supplied just basic justifications for when mowing activities are taking place, why. So is it for habitat restoration? Is it for invasive species mitigation, et cetera? Just kind of just a brief overview. That could be in the annual report as well, where we get the log of maintenance activities. And then just lastly about vista pruning, I know it's a contentious subject. I think that it sounds like from what I saw in the application and from what I hear, there are sort of already established heights and views that exist that aren't necessarily memorialized anywhere except for kind of in the land banks, mines, or in their documents. So it might be helpful to just, I know it's a bit of work, but then just in those areas where vista pruning is going to be happening, to kind of get pictures of what like the look's gonna be and height of plants so that we kind of just know what's expected. And that way, if there is any major deviation, whether it happens with your crew or somebody illegally taking it upon himself, we just have a little bit more justification as to what happened.
Okay.
Great. Any other thoughts from commissioners? Joe?
I agree with what Seth just said. I think, Rachel, if you are having someone that's, doing violations, please let us know. We would love to go rap on the door and send the sheriff their way. So just to help you guys out, ease some of that burden. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Sheriff Jeff will really appreciate those visits. Ian?
Well, Madam Chair, I was just looking over the Jeff's draft proposal for schedule of violations, where we have resource area disturbances for $300 a tree greater than 4 inches diameter. I think this really brings into focus how devastating vista pruning can be. And so I wonder whether we might have a discussion going forward. I think Seth's suggestion, if it doesn't contribute to Rachel's work too much, I think it's an excellent suggestion, and that we give as many teeth to penalizing vista pruning as possible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? Joe?
What does Rachel think of the $300 for something over? Is that light? Do you think more? I mean, what would it cost to replace a tree?
Oh, I think that's great. I don't know why I was unaware. Usually what I do is I send a note to Jeff to just tell him so that he knows it's not us. But I didn't know. We had in Nantucket on 48 Tennessee, we had some people take down some really nice cedars. That was kind of a bummer, but I can pursue that further going forward.
Yeah, and unfortunately we haven't put those fines into place yet, but they're in the works. Jeff?
Okay, there you go. I didn't know that.
Yes, I was just going to add to that. I mean, I just want to make sure that everyone understands this. There are a lot of situations that come up that we talk about with the land bank for property encroachments that aren't necessarily related to vista cutting, and try to get to resolution before it gets to a full enforcement order. And I've had some success over time in doing that. Sometimes it's people know, sometimes it generates filings. And we definitely bring them forward. We talk to the land bank pretty regularly about all of these things. Sometimes they come up, sometimes they happen and they're not within jurisdiction as well. So we do there, but I do agree that the land bank is probably the best group we have as far as, I apologize for saying it this way, but for self-reporting problems that happen on their property, just for the fact that I know they don't like to get in trouble for what other people may or may not have done. And for better or for worse, there's a bit of a history of people doing work on land bank land without their permission. So we definitely do. And I think this is also a help for us when we look at this, because that way we know what to expect as far as what they're doing maintenance wise. So when we get out to a land bank site and see a different area, we go, this isn't something that we've approved or discussed. There's a problem. And then we know what to do and who to deal with. So I think this will be a useful tool for us to deal with a lot of those things.
Thank you, Jeff. So any other comments for this discussion? Looks like no. And the public has been quiet on this one. So Rachel, would you like to continue for 2 weeks waiting for Heritage?
Yes, please, I would. It might take longer than that, but yes, I would like to continue, please. And I would like to come back with additional information for the commission as well. And I appreciate everyone's input into this. this is new for us, but I think it has great potential.
Definitely. So you want to come back on
Maybe we
October
can
15th?
continue. Yes, please.
Okay, so this will continue until October 15th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
So I'm going to do this one over again. 14 Mayhew Lane Nominee Trust at 14 Mayhew Lane, represented by David Haynes.
Tina,
Hello, excuse me, this technology. David Haynes representing the applicant at 14 Mayhew Lane. What is before the commission is a request to construct an addition onto a shed, an existing shed in the buffer zone to an isolated wetland. It's actually outside of the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland that runs across the northern portion of the site. The shed will be constructed at grade on with just a little gravel down, and then put down 6x6 timbers, and there will be no foundation per se, and it will be all in existing lawn. There will be a silt fence on site, but not installed. I don't think it's going to be necessary, but it'll be there in case something does occur. There will be no dewatering will be necessary, and minimal soil disturbance. We delineated the wetland along the front of the property a few years ago, and used it in conjunction with the filing for the work on the house and the installation of the swimming pool. There is an isolated wetland on the adjacent property that was delineated probably 20 years ago. We did not have permission to go on the property, so we used the old delineation. That wetland is actually almost on the other side of the existing driveway from the proposed work. And all disturbed areas will be loamed and seeded as appropriate, or reestablished as driveway. And that is basically the project, if you have any questions.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Doesn't look like it. Wait a moment and see if the public chimes in.
I will say, while we're waiting for the public, Madam Chair, that we did review that site and agree with the delineations that are there, and that little pocket wetland kind of peeking in is kind of isolated there, and I have some personal experience with that wetland, and it's pretty tiny.
Thank you, Jeff.
And there are no other public comments.
All right. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes.
David, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
So I'll give it to Ian, and I think Mark got the second. Sorry, Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank
David.
you very much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. So this moves us on to Abramson at 80 Millbrook Road, and this is represented by Mark Ritz and Dan Malloy.
Good evening, Mark Ritz from Site Design, representing the applicants at 80 Millbrook. At the last meeting, we discussed this project fairly extensively. And if I'm recalling correctly, one of the main concerns was maintaining 50% or greater of the native vegetation between the 25-foot and 50-foot buffer zone. We made some minor adjustments to our proposed grading on the northwest, modified our plan, and included a note on the plan that indicates that just a little bit over 50.3% of the existing native vegetation will remain, and most of the area that we're altering is actually currently lawn and landscaped area anyway. We're taking very little native vegetation out as part of this project, but it will be now 50.3%, so greater than 50 of the native will be maintained. Also, we had been waiting for review from Heritage, and we have since received a no-take letter from them. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Mark. There, Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the applicant is saying that greater than 50% of the area between the 25 and 50-foot buffer is going to be maintained as native habitat, but I object to their classification of the existing site conditions. I conducted a site visit today on the property, and from my review of the species in the area, I saw mature native grasses, I saw a little bluestem, I saw Pennsylvania sedge, I also saw some herbaceous cover like Virginia creeper, some gramineads and forbs, and also mature pitch pine trees. There are some areas in the buffer which have conditions of short vegetation that may previously have been mowed, but is not like lawn material. It's very much native vegetation. And it does not look like there's been any disturbance recently to the area with the exception of that footpath. So I just think that the applicant isn't classifying the conditions of that buffer zone accurately.
Well, we'll concede that point. That said, though, we're still maintaining greater than 50 will be not touched at all. So, especially on that northwest side, you know, that area is existing native, and that's just 50.3% is area that we're not going to intrude into in any capacity.
Thank you, Mark. I know when I looked at the site, the pitch pines were of particular concern for me, and I'm wondering, one, if there's an actual number of how many pitch pines you're going to take down in this project, because I know that that area is a hotspot for northern long-eared bats, and they thrive in that pitch pine open field type habitat. And with a property of this size and what seems like enough area to move this part of the project out of our buffer zone and that important habitat, I was hoping that the applicant might consider doing that, because I agree with Seth, the habitat value there seemed to be underrepresented in the project plan. Ian, I think you had a comment.
Well, yes. So I went out there last week and actually met the previous owner as she was moving out. And so I agree with both you and Seth. And I would like to see an actual landscape photograph imposed on this, on the plot plan to actually make it absolutely clear what is threatened. And I'm curious how these delineations have actually been drawn, the wetland delineations, as I don't see how. It certainly looked to my eyes as though it'd be very difficult to be accurate. And I mirror your concerns in terms of there's plenty of room on the property for them to put this complex on the other side of the main house. So I think it's, from an environmental point of view, I would consider it rather ill-advised.
Thank you, Ian.
May I respond, or?
Yep, you can respond, Mark.
Well, in terms of
rather than ill-advised, may I just say worrisome? So I found it worrisome. Excuse me for interrupting you.
No problem. Based on, well, in terms of the wetland delineation, there was quite a bit of trudging into the vegetation to hang flags and subsequently survey flags. Everything has been, survey located by a professional licensed land surveyor. So in terms of accuracy of delineation and accuracy of representation on the plan, it's as accurate as any plan ever, is within, probably, terms of inches. In terms of habitat, again, we have had the project reviewed by Heritage. They don't feel that any of the rare endangered species are threatened by the proposal. They gave us a no-take determination. We are, there's significant pitch pines on the upland side of the house as well. We're proposing work, with the exception of the small section of boardwalk through the actual existing wetland path. We're proposing all structural components to be outside of the 50-foot buffer zone, which is something which is routinely approved and granted in numerous areas. We're maintaining greater than, we're doing basically the alteration that's being done between the 50-foot and 25-foot buffer zone consists of grading and can be replanted. If it would make the commission happier, we can replant portions of that area with appropriate native vegetation. We can replant some of the existing grasses that are currently there or other vegetation which is currently there. We feel that this project is pretty consistent with the types of projects that have been approved outside of the 50-foot buffer in numerous locations.
Thank you, Mark. Any other, Joe?
Mark, I just think that if that, that area is, having bats and the pitch pines are really necessary in that area, I think it's kind of important, and I think that, maybe that septic system doesn't need to go where it is. Maybe that can go in the front lawn, and maybe there's, some other way that you can kind of reconfigure this and somewhat not to take down a whole swath of those trees in that area. And I kind of agree with Ian. I'd like to see, either each tree located on this plan or some, GIS map, Google map overlaid on this property just to see what exactly and what extent of trees would be removed. That's not really shown on any plan. And I think some clarity to that program of what will be removed is really important. If it's a couple trees and they could be replanted somewhere else, and yeah, that's great. But it seems like there's going to be a lot of trees removed in that area just for this pool and the pool house. So I definitely would like to see more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Maureen?
Joe, could you put up the plot plan again, please? Because I had some questions about. I agree. I also visited the site over the weekend, and I was really struck at what would seem to me to be a lot of work necessary to be done in order to get essentially flat areas for both this pool and dwelling. And in looking back at it seems to me, because given the steepness, just walking down towards the pond from the existing house, there's going to have to be a fair amount of grading. And also the pool, this is where and maybe there's a perfectly good explanation for this, but the pool is going to be at elevation 20. And then I look down at where the retaining wall, and I think it says that that's at elevation 14. I may be misreading this thing. God knows it's not my specialty. But I'd like to know, what is this retaining wall going to be built of? How tall is it? You know, is it, because we have no information about it, and it's going to be retaining this very long pool, and I'm concerned that we don't have any more information about it other than it exists. And I do want to know if I'm right in looking at where it's going to be vis-a-vis the pool elevation. And what was and my other questions were about the walkway has morphed into, it's going to be stepping stones at one point, and then move into a path, and then become the boardwalk. And I was wondering also about the stepping stones. I mean, this is all very sandy soil, and you know, again, there's so much going on this property, and I just don't feel we have enough information. But I'd be interested to see what you have, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Mark, do you have a response?
Yes, I can respond to actually both of the commissioner comments. First of all, to Joe's questions, we can certainly do an inventory of pitch pines on the property and show what will be, what we're proposing to remove and what we're proposing to leave in terms of other existing on the property, and do kind of an overall evaluation of that. And we can also provide additional detail on the retaining wall height, material, etc. I believe the intent with this pool is to have one of those pools where at least the wetland side will be of sufficient height that it won't require a pool fence on that side. So that's why I believe there's a disparity between the height of the retaining wall and the height of where the pool is located. But I can provide additional detail on that. What we were proposing in terms of stepping stones is just the portion of the path between the 25 and 50 foot where the grading is proposed, where the steepest grade will be. We were proposing a few, sort of at grade stepping stone, almost steps, not quite, a stone staircase or anything, but just sort of intermittent stepping stones to take you down that grade. And then a natural mode path right up until you get to the basically the 25-foot buffer, where from the 25-foot buffer down to the end of the existing path, or above the high water mark, because we're not proposing a pier or anything here, would be the elevated boardwalk to take you through the 25-foot and the portion that's currently within the wetland.
Well, good. I would look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mark. I look forward to seeing the plan showing the inventory of the pine trees. Just a little detail from what I saw today. It's not just random pines scattered across the site. It's what off island you might call a stand, but on Nantucket, because we don't really have forests, might be big enough to be considered a woodland. There's canopy coverage, where there's significantly less light penetration to the understory. There's short understory plants growing up, significant pine needle coverage on the ground. It's really a cohesive woodland of pitch pine there. So I think that once we know what, if any, what trees are going to be impacted and how many, and potentially the basal area of that impact, we can think about possible mitigation for pitch pine replanting at an additional location. Could be, or I mean, a different location on the property could be a potential alternative here.
Thank you, Seth. I know I've thought before, I think sourcing pitch pines can be an issue. but that would be up to the applicant, I guess, to research. Any other thoughts or Mark?
Through the chair, Mark, did the applicant consider a different location than this spot within the 50-foot? There's multiple sites on a lot that's outside of our jurisdiction. I'd be curious to hear if they considered them.
Mark, do you have a response to that?
If I may respond, I believe that they would like, to have the pool and other areas on the pond side for, their aesthetic and enjoyment reasons, because, obviously that would be, from the property owner standpoint, that would be a much nicer configuration than having it on other, parts of the house on the other side of the house, on other parts of the property. So I believe, that's part of the consideration on their end. But we can investigate if they, have any other, possible configurations or layouts that they may consider.
Yes. So,
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, so Mark, you can follow up and then I'll go to Ian.
Mark, will the existing pool be abandoned?
Yes, the existing pool will be removed.
Thank you.
Ian?
thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mark, would you please provide a Google satellite overlay on your plot plan so that we can really see, so we get a good visual image of what you're proposing? And to follow up on Mark's suggestion, where the tennis court is now, I would have thought this could be sited outside of the 50-foot buffer zone with a perfectly good view, and probably sited pretty much outside the 100-foot, and make everybody's lives a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Any other thoughts from commissioners before we look to the public? Looks like not. So we'll go to questions from the public. Looks like
There are none at this point.
we have none at this point. Okay, so Mark, what would you like to do? Would you like to come back after answering some of these questions?
Yes, I think we'd like to continue to the next meeting to provide some additional information. We'll provide an updated plan showing imagery on the site. We actually have, we can do better than Google imagery. We have a drone flight from a few weeks ago. So we'll be able to update it with existing conditions. We'll provide additional information on the number of trees we're proposing to disturb, and would like to continue for 2 weeks.
All right, thank you, Mark. This will continue until October 15th.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to New England Development Commercial Wharf. Catherine Barnacle, Mike Duffy, and Richard Baudet.
Sorry, this one was from us. We had left this one open last time. We were going to close, and I asked to leave it open to put together the order for this. This was the bulkhead replacement project. So I have that draft order included in our packet. So if we close it tonight, that gives us 21 days. I was just concerned that if there were questions on the order, we wouldn't have enough time. So the intent was to close tonight instead of last time because we had all the information in.
All right, so is there a motion to close? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal.
Aye.
Engelborg.
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding.
Aye.
LaFleur.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to 46 Shimo Pond Road Nominee Trust at 46 Shimo Pond Road. This is represented by Jack Vaccaro, and we also have RJ Turcott from the Land Council for this one. Jeff?
Yeah, so Mr. Vaccaro has asked to share his screen for some plans that he has notated in a little bit of a presentation. So with your guys' permission, I think we're recommending that we do that.
Okay.
So is Jack there? There we go.
So Jack, you're muted.
It's Dan Bailey. If I can just jump in quickly on this one, because I'm representing this client as well as Jack, and we've also got Art Gasparo. And I know Jack had some conflicts. I don't know if he's with us or not. If you are, Jack, please speak up.
He is on.
Yeah, he's trying to balance two things at once, but it looks like he's with us. Just real quickly, this is a proposed reconstruction of a pier at 46 Shingle Pond Road. This a much larger project was before the commission several months ago, about a 300-foot. There we go, about a 300-foot dock. That was met with a lot of concerns. We withdrew that and now have come back with a dock that is substantially shorter, with substantially fewer impacts, particularly on land under the ocean and on the eelgrass beds. And with that, if Jack is available, I will turn it over to Jack and to Art to describe it in more detail. Jack, you're muted.
Muted.
Sorry, folks. Apologies. I'm glad to see everyone this evening. I would ask, if possible, could you bring up the presentation I sent over?
So, okay.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, I know the commission is familiar with this project from our last attempt at getting this project permitted. You know where it is. 46 Shingle Pond Road is basically directly across the harbor from the harbor entrance. About 0.8 miles to Brant Point, twice that distance to the west jetty. It is exposed, as you can see, to the northwest, so it has a pretty good fetch in that direction. And the site has had some erosion issues over the years, for which a series of groins were constructed on the property. 4 of them, in fact. And more recently, there's been some coastal bank stabilization along the frontage of the property. If you could back up a little bit, Joe, I just wanted to kind of bring the, thank you. Next slide, please. So here we have just a closer look at the aerial. The red line that you see is the new design dock. It has been cut back quite a bit. You'll recall that we had first brought before you a design that attempted to span the eelgrass, get out beyond it into an area where we were just outside of the eelgrass in deeper water. We understand that that raised a lot of objections, and we are bringing this new design to you primarily to reduce the impact to eelgrass. Next slide. This is just a slide showing where the state has the eelgrass map, that green zone that you see, and you can see we do extend out into that area where the state mapping, the landward edge of the eelgrass as the state has mapped. Also on this slide, I want to point out that blue rectangle portion of it that you see offshore there. That's the eelgrass mitigation area that Nantucket Land Bank and the town of Nantucket have been working on over the past couple of years. So also to point out on this slide, the priority habitat that you see is the crosshatch region. We are no longer in that area, so natural heritage and endangered species were not consulted on this most recent filing. Next slide. Thank you, Joe. This is an interesting slide. It shows you the actual tracks that the surveyor CR Environmental used to determine the densities of eelgrass in the area. The orange zones represent the sparse eelgrass vegetation. The blue is moderate or medium density eelgrass, and the green is the denser zones of eelgrass on the site. And again, you can see our truncated dock, we'll call it, does extend just into the area of sparse eelgrass. Next slide. What do those densities mean? Well, when we say it is sparse, we're talking about 1 to 10 plants per half meter square. Moderate is 11 to 25 plants per half meter square, and dense is any area where there's more than 25 plants in the half meter square. And the graphic below there kind of just gives you a visual representation of what those would look like. Next slide. These are actual still images that were captured from the video that the surveyors conducted out there. This is the transect that actually runs perpendicular to shore in the area of the proposed dock. So you can just get an idea of what these look like, the different categories of eelgrass density. Next slide. Here we have the permit drawing that Art Gasparo prepared. Joe, could you possibly zoom in on the area around the new dock? A little more, please, if you can. Yeah, thank you. So I just want to point out here a couple of things. The new dock, as I said, it's quite a bit shorter now. We kept the very narrow width. It's only 2.5 feet wide. It's now 88 feet long as measured from the end of the dock that's there currently, 93 or so feet if you include that short segment of the existing dock that are actually going to be kept. The other thing I want to point out here is that the area of dock, the existing dock that's being removed, that curved portion between shore and the stairs there, that will be removed. That's 219 square feet of dock. And coincidentally, the new dock that it would replace is also 219 square feet. So this project does not increase any additional structure out there, it just relocates it. The dock, I should point out, and Art will probably get into it more, I'm sure, it was all designed with using the DEP's guidance for small dock, their specifications, which are intended to reduce impact to, among other things, eelgrass habitat. Next slide. So what do we have now for, let's see, to zoom back out. What do we have for resource area impacts? Really not a lot. There's only 4 piles that will be installed in the coastal beach, 8 piles that will be installed in land under the ocean. So you can do the math, but these are 12-inch piles, and you'll come up with the number of square feet in coastal beach occupied by piles is a little over 3, and the area of piles within land under the ocean is about 6.28, 6.3. We're equating land under the ocean with land containing shellfish. So again, those same 8 piles would be installed in land containing shellfish as well. And the area of the dock that is within the sparse eelgrass zone, there'll be 4 piles, upwards of 4 piles placed in that zone of eelgrass, again, 3.14 square feet, and potential shading impact in this sparse eelgrass area of about 40 square feet. Next slide. As I said before, the dock was designed using this DEP manual on small docks and piers, and it specifies things like the height of the dock above the substrate, the width of the dock, the distance, the span distance between pile pairs or yokes. These are all relevant to ensure that the project does not have an adverse impact on the environmental resources, but also other aspects like navigation, next slide, safety, protection of rare species habitat, maintaining water circulation, and adequate light to preserve the productivity of wetland and eelgrass beds. So these are all cooked into the design, and those same issues, really the environmental resources that we're trying to protect in each of the resource areas are carried into the performance standards for each of the resource areas. So we can go through all these if you'd like. We've been through this before, but the main point here is that the project meets all performance standards for both the Wetland Protection Act regulations and the Nantucket Wetlands bylaw. And we've done what we can to minimize the impact as much as possible, and really feel that this project deserves your full consideration and hopefully approval. So I think I'll hand it over to Art now, or back to Dan, to talk more about the design.
Sure, I can jump in here. As Jack said, we've put a cross section on the plan. The dock, the height of the fixed pier would be 5 feet above the mean high water elevation, so that that really minimizes the any impacts related to shading of the bottom, and that is in accordance with the DEP guidance referenced by Jack. We've kept it narrow and just tried to, as he said, reconfigure using the removing the portion of the dock that's there, and doing a reconfiguration. With that, I'm also available for any additional questions. Dan?
Thank you, guys. Questions or comments from commissioners? Joe?
Well, I think one of the problems, he said that he used our standards for putting in docks, but the problem is you're not allowed to put docks in the harbor, so there are no standards. You can't build a dock in our harbors. Number two, I think that if this was permitted, I think the prop wash would cause immense damage to that very fragile eelgrass that is there. I think Maureen said it best, the patient's very ill, let's just kill it. And I just think that that's what's going to happen. One thing you kept saying was the word reduce the impact, and not that you would have no impact, it's reducing the impact. So you're already stating that there's going to be impact with this dock, and I get that the pier columns in there are very small, but I think the shadowing, I think that the impact of boats coming and going into this dock would just cause major impact to this, very fragile resource. And then again, it's going to be going near or close to, the project that Emily Mold has been working on along with the town. I think it's at a point where you can't have this. It's just not going to work. I think that this should be, application just be removed. I get the 219 feet of a, it's not even a dock. I can't even call it a dock because it's all on land and on the beach, platform that then can be converted into a dock. I just don't see that equates or even equals. I just think that that's once an apple, once an orange. Doesn't work for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments? Mark?
Well, to echo Joe's thoughts, I'm troubled by how you're going to get around the moratorium on docks and piers on Nantucket Harbor. They're allowed in certain commercial zones, but we have a moratorium and everyone's abided by it until now. This is the first attempt to build a dock on a harbor that's within the moratorium zone.
Hello.
Jack, would you like to respond? Was that?
I would.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jack, you can go.
Sure. Dan, I'll defer to you, but I just did want to comment to respond to one of the comments I heard about, it's not being a dock. It is in fact a dock, and we need to understand that the DEP feels it's a dock. The project does have a Chapter 91 license, so is They've reviewed it and they consider this to be a dock, a water-dependent structure, in fact. So despite what others may feel, we feel it is a dock.
Thank you, Jack. Mr. Bailey, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the comments that Joe and Mark raised regarding the moratorium on docks. That's absolutely true. There is a moratorium on new docks and piers. That's a provision of the zoning bylaw. It's not within this board's jurisdiction, but I think it's important to explain, why we feel that we have the ability to go forward with this application. The Chapter 40A, Section 6, which is the Zoning Act, provides certain protections for pre-existing non-conforming uses and structures. Your zoning board deals with those things all the time. They don't deal with pre-existing non-conforming docks too often, if ever. But I mean, you certainly, the hearing just before this had to do with certain water-dependent docks and repairs of bulkheads. You've earlier, not tonight, but a couple of weeks ago, approved docks, for the town pier. Yeah, there is an exemption under zoning for those things, but there's also protection under zoning for grandfathered docks and piers, and it provides that if the square footage is no greater than is existing, you are eligible for a special permit. We will go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and seek a special permit for this dock. This commission's job is to decide whether the proposed dock complies with the performance standards of the Wetlands Protection Act. Nothing more and nothing less. And so while I know there's a lot of concern and a lot of, it's not a popular project, I get it. But, there'll be ample opportunity with the Zoning Board of Appeals to discuss whether this is a properly grandfathered dock and deserves the protections that are provided to those types of docks under state and Nantucket law. So I'd urge the commission to, kind of stick to their jurisdiction, which is, does the project comply with the performance standards under the state and local wetlands regulations?
Thank you. Maureen, and then Dave, and then Seth.
My objection, which I appreciate Joe remembering and being so accurate about, does not address the moratorium, nor the contention by the applicant that this is a dock, has been a dock. What it does address, my objection addresses the fact that it will have impact on eelgrass. And to my mind, the fact that it's sparse or non-existent where this is going to go means it's going to be even more difficult for the eelgrass to reestablish. And it is so painful to see how much we've lost in eelgrass all around the island. I live near Nantucket Harbor, and it's a different place than it used to be. And we need to do everything we possibly can to maintain it. And I think any intrusion at all on the eelgrass is not acceptable to me. And further, there is another dock that has long been there, not far away. And there have been several comments about the fact that if the applicant needs to put a boat in the water, there's a dock, not that far away that is already there, clearly grandfathered, I would understand. And so this is not denying the applicant the ability to put a boat in the water. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Dave?
Yes, mine's the same. Aside from the zoning issue or the ability to, in the moratorium and the ability to get this permitted through zoning, my main concern is the very fragile resource of the eelgrass. And I appreciate that they're trying to thread a needle and locate this where there's the least amount of eelgrass, but that doesn't help us with trying to rejuvenate or getting the eelgrass to come back in that area. I think it's a very very bad situation for any planning of trying to get that, that area regenerated.
Thank you, Dave. Seth, and then Ian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there are several performance standards, both in the Nantucket bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act, that this project cannot meet. So I'll start with the Nantucket Wetlands Regulation. The first I'll point to is section 208B, that's land containing shellfish, part 2. Land containing shellfish shall not be compacted by vehicular traffic or other means. There's not going to be any vehicles, obviously, in this project, but the barge that is used for construction of the pier will likely sit on the seafloor at least low tide and maybe many other tides. It's a very low water area. I think that there's definitely going to be compaction from the barge during construction. Also, same section number 3, shall not obstruct the ability of the public to gather shellfish recreationally or for commercial fishermen to harvest shellfish. I think this proposed pier poses a navigational hazard, especially for commercial shell fishermen who are navigating boats and pulling dredges, and also recreational shellfish gatherers, especially people who gather via snorkeling or scuba equipment. It's when you're underwater, it's difficult to know exactly where you are at all times. And there's significant safety hazards associated with piers that are actively in areas of eelgrass and scallops that you might be trying to harvest. Next, 208B number 7, no project detrimental to scallops shall be permitted, except activity allowed pursuant to a waiver. We don't see any waiver requests being asked for in this proposal, and this project is certainly detrimental to scallops. It's mapped habitat as eelgrass for part of the pier, which we know is a extremely important seed scallop area to begin their life and to grow. And there's also adult scallops in the area. I actually snorkeled in this area earlier today. If you look at the Nantucket regulation for what shellfish means, it's listed, there's a list of species that are included. Nantucket bay scallop is in there. I saw that. Hardshell clam, the quahog, is in there. I saw that. The 3 whelks we have, knob, channel, and waved, I saw each one of those in this area. I saw horseshoe crab, which is listed as well. And I saw shells, not live, but I saw shells of razor clam, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's there, but it's evidence that it could be there. So those are my main points for the Nantucket local regulations. And then for the Wetlands Protection Act, just find the right one here, 310 CMR 1025 number 6. Projects not included in 310 CMR 1025-3, which affect the end of the ocean, shall, if water dependent, be designed and constructed using best available measures so as to minimize adverse effects, and if non-water, well, it's water dependent, so we don't need to read that. And there's 2 sections I think that are important here. B, which is destruction of eelgrass, and E, which is alteration of shallow submerged lands with high densities of polychaetes, moss, and macrophytic algae. We know from the underwater survey, the scans show not only eelgrass, but also other macroalgae in the area. And given the fact that this is a shallow submerged land with significant underwater algae and plant coverage. It's likely that there's also polypes and moss that have been mentioned there. I know it says what if the project is water dependent, shall minimize adverse effects. I understand that, but I think there are other ways that they can be minimized. If you made the dock even shorter to get it out of the eelgrass area, that's a potential. Also, just generally, lastly, I think that the applicant already has access to the waterfront, but through the coastal beach that they own, and also at the existing pier. When I was there today, I saw a mooring ball tied and anchored to that pier. I can't attest to whether that is the applicant's or not, or someone just illegally tying a mooring ball there. But if they're using an existing mooring to moor a boat, and the idea is to have a pier to dock the same boat, I think that it's clear that in already existing conditions show that there's an alternative to the proposed pier by something that's already happening. I know that was a bit lengthy, but thank you.
Can I respond, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Seth. So I just want to say one thing first, because I have not commented on this project yet. I have to agree with my fellow commissioners. The proximity that this project is to eelgrass restoration is very concerning. We know that our harbor is at a critical tipping point right now. And to allow a dock to go, again, in such close proximity to eelgrass restoration, where all of the species that Seth just spoke of live and thrive, I think would be really poor of us to allow. I just see it as so against the regulations and the resource areas that we're charged to protect. So I find this worrisome. And Jack, you said you would like to speak.
I'd like to, yes. And I understand this is a losing battle, obviously, but we have got to make our points anyhow. And I do want to respond to Commissioner Engelborg's comments. It's interesting. The last thing I heard from Commissioner Engelborg was the issue of a mooring ball being tied up to the dock. And I think that the commission really should consider the alternatives here. I mean, if the same applicant isn't able to get a dock, he's going to put a mooring out there. And chances are he's going to put it right out where all the other moorings are in front of his house, in the middle of this area that's once was vegetated with a lot of eelgrass. The impact from a single mooring as that chain drags across the bottom is significantly greater than the impact that this dock would ever cause. So I just think you need to be considering that. A well-designed dock is far better to eelgrass than a mooring. I'm going to focus on the Nantucket wetland bylaw regs, the performance standards that apply to that, because I completely disagree with Commissioner Engelborg's comments on the Wetland Protection Act. I'm quite confident that we meet all the performance standards that are listed there. But the three performance standards that he mentioned here, 2.8b concerning compaction of sediments, I would agree that the construction barge is something that the commission needs to pay attention to. Anytime a barge is working in a shallow zone, it needs to be tightly controlled. The access has to be timed around high tide. Now at this site, we have a 3-foot tidal range. Low tide, I'm trying to remember, it was about 0.3. High tide about 3.3 NAVD 88. So we have a 3-foot range. That's plenty of depth for a barge to move in around 2 hours either side of high tide without contacting bottom. And this is not a massive dock anymore. We're only talking about installing eight piles in land under the ocean. I mean, that's something that can be done over 2 tidal cycles, maybe even 1. It's not a huge effort. So the idea of a barge bottoming out over a long duration in this shallow area is just not realistic. And speaking of shallow areas, I'm not sure where Commissioner Engelborg was snorkeling today, but I think he would have had a hard time snorkeling in the area at the end of this dock, because I'm not sure what tide it was this afternoon, but even if it was only 3.5 feet deep, I think he'd have a hard time. And lastly, regarding performance standard 7, detrimental to scallops. Yeah, by the most liberal interpretation of that regulation, it could be argued that our 8 piles in land subject to land under the ocean or land containing shellfish could be detrimental to scallops, but we disagree. We feel that with proper mitigation and construction methods, those areas can be cleared out beforehand. Before each pile goes down, we could have a biologist on site removing any mollusks that are in that area and getting them out of the way in consultation with the Natural Resources Department. So, I mean, we can argue the point back and forth, but we feel with proper mitigation, this project is not detrimental to shellfish. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Ian?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is to both Dan Bailey and Jack Vaccaro. Are you aware of the letter that Conservation Commission got today from the Division of Marine Fisheries?
I am.
Oh, good. Okay. I just wondered whether you were or not. So, and so it reads in part, the MADMF offers the following comments for your consideration. And then it addresses the construction barge issue. And then it says the average 20-foot outboard powered boat draws approximately 2 feet to the tip of the motor skeg. My 23-foot wellcraft, it's 3.5. Motoring vessels transiting the area around the pier will have about 2 feet of water between the bottom of the motor skeg and the substrate. The resuspension of sediments resulting from prop dredging will potentially impact shellfish or eelgrass habitat. Given the very shallow water depths found at the site, we recommend that only non-motorized vessels should be allowed to approach and use the pier. And so short of paying someone to stand on the dock all summer, without, I'm not trying to be risible in any sense. I completely mirror my fellow commissioners in saying that, given the nature of this application and what we're trying to do with eelgrass habitat, that it's it just it puts it completely in jeopardy, in my opinion. So I don't see how I could support this application with respect.
Thank you, Ian. Any other comments from commissioners before we move to the public? Looks like no. So we'll open it up for public comment. Jeff? Oh, Jeff, your mic is not working. He's going to have to join back in.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Joanne.
Hi. So for public comment, we have Kevin Kuster, who said, on behalf of the Nantucket Shellfish Association, we strongly oppose this application. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is a sensitive area of our harbour and holds the potential for continued improvement of eelgrass beds.
Thank you, Joanne.
You're welcome.
Any other public comment? RJ?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I hope everyone had a chance to read my letter. So I'll be brief. I won't go through all the performance standards. But essentially the DEP guidelines for building a dock and what the state uses and what the applicant uses is based heavily on data by Burdick and Short in their work on shading on eelgrass, specifically in Nantucket Harbor, specifically on Cape Cod. And if commissioners recall, Burdick wrote a letter opposing strongly building a pier in this area. This, even of the most well-designed dock, is permanent, period. It is staying there. We only need to look at the dock right next door and see just how long it's been there. The shading impacts are permanent. Yes, moorings do tend to have scour. That is an issue, but moorings are temporary. Moorings can be moved, period. They can be moved elsewhere if it's that much of an issue. And there have been times where folks have approached the harbor master and had moorings moved. And if it's having a detrimental impact in the area, that's always an option. And the other thing to keep in mind is while Nantucket has been slow on the uptick compared to the rest of the country as far as the eco road moorings with spiral anchors and not having chain that is going to scour and drag in circles all day long and remove eelgrass, eventually Nantucket is going to adopt that new technology. And eventually, when Nantucket is caught up to the rest of the country, moorings will be the lowest impact possible to store your boat on the water. Piers, while they provide the easiest access, not only do they permanently shade, but they keep the boat in a spot that will permanently shade the same spot every single day it's out there. You think about a mooring, it slowly rotates. It moves with the wind, it moves with the tides, and it's not permanently shading eelgrass. And again, it can be moved. The Land Council was out there today. We got 1,200 more plants in the ground. They are expanding, as is the eelgrass that is in the mooring field. That's expanding as well. It's successful. We're getting 50 to 60% survival rate, which is right in the ballpark of what we were hoping for. The community has put a ton of effort into this. To see those plants seeding themselves and expanding rhizomorphically and slowly taking that area that's been shouldered over back is enormous. This isn't the boat basin. This isn't 34 Washington Street like we talked about earlier. It's not. This is prime eelgrass habitat, and we're not getting any more of it on Nantucket in any of the harbors. And this has a lot of potential to really sustain a nice eelgrass meadow again. This applicant has a pier already. They have an option, just like their neighbors, to have a mooring and access their boat from their pier to that mooring. And lastly, the commission is going to go against what it has traditionally decided for this area as far as the eelgrass if they permit this project and open up a Pandora's box. Everyone who has the potential to have a residential pier anywhere in these harbors will come knocking if this is permitted. So the commission really needs to make findings to deny this project. It cannot meet the performance standards, and there are no waivers that will allow it to meet the performance standards either. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Any other thought? Jeff, are you trying to speak?
Yeah, well, this is on. Is my microphone working again?
Yes.
Success. All right, I didn't have anything to add. Joanne read that comment in, so I'm just making sure that I could be heard.
All right. The test worked. Any kind of final thoughts or comments from commissioners, questions? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this has been mentioned before, but it was in the prior filing, so I'd like to say it again. Just referencing how eelgrass grows. It may be found in sparse distributions, but it's a plant that both can reproduce by seed and rhizomatically. And we know that in areas where there's a small but healthy patch of eelgrass, and then there's associated sandy bottom next to it, that's a prime spot that the eelgrass is going to spread to. So if we allow the eelgrass to restore in this area like it naturally should, in 10 years, the underwater survey might not show sparse there, it might show moderate or dense. But if we allow this pier to be permitted, that this single sort of, I'm going to call it catastrophic effect of shading and physical impacts are going to push the plants enough over the edge where they're not going to have the ability to regenerate. So I think it's just important to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Joe?
First off, Seth, well said. RJ Turcotte, well said. But I also think there's a letter that probably should have been in this packet, and that's from the Harbor and Shellfish Advisory Board. They were vehemently opposed against this dock. Even any size or scale, I think that it's going to have major impact on the harbor. I think it's going to have an impact on the scallopers trying to navigate when they can be able to scallop in this area. But I just think that is a letter that should be brought forward because it was very important and very well written. So I think it holds a lot of weight with this argument as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other thoughts or comments? Jeff?
Sorry, just to clarify something Joe said is in part 2 of the packet on this filing, that letter from the Harbor and Shellfish Advisory Board is included. They did submit that. I know they're also discussing it on their agenda, I believe, next Tuesday as well. But I just wanted to make sure that was on record, that it was included and is publicly available.
Thank you, Jeff. In a 1,000-page packet, it's easy to lose one. All right. Any other final comments for the applicant? All right.
None here, no.
No. Okay. So, Mr. Bailey or project representatives, what would you like to do?
We'd like to continue for a month.
Okay. A month brings us to October 29th.
That sounds good.
Okay. So this will continue until October 29th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that moves us on to AC 007 Properties LLC at 46 Walsh Street. And this is represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm before you tonight with a notice of intent for work within land subject to coastal storm flowage down in Brant Point. There's no other resource areas involved. The applicant is proposing to construct an 8x15 shed on piers and then to reconfigure an existing walkway at grade between the driveway and the porch. And there's no grading changes proposed. That's the extent of the application.
Thank you, Art. Any questions or comments from commissioners? It's like no. Jeff, is there anything from the public? So kind of looking like no. So Art, we'll just give it a minute to see if the public wants to comment. But if they don't, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Seth?
Move to close.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. All in favor? Oh, sorry, roll vote. Beal?
Aye.
Engelborg?
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding?
Aye.
LaFleur?
Aye.
Phillips?
Aye.
Topham?
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Art.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to our certificates of compliance. We have Jeffrey Johnston, trustee of the Jeffrey H. Johnson Trust at 131 Walwinet Road, represented by Don Bracken.
So I think Don has bailed out. We kind of went over all of these pretty extensively as we went. This was for the installation of the tight tank behind the house at 131 Walwinet Road. And it was constructing compliance, and we're recommending that that certificate can be issued.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there a motion?
So
Dave?
moved.
Dave, were you trying to make that motion, or do you want the second? All right, so we'll give the motion.
Either one.
We'll give the motion to Mark and then the second to Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. That moves us on to 100R Walwinet Road Nominee Trust at 100R Walwinet Road. Jeff, are you taking this one?
Yes. This was also for the installation of the IA septic system at on this property. The tanks and such were within jurisdiction, but as you can see and as we found in our inspection, it's in compliance, and we're recommending that this one can be issued as well.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue the cert?
Motion to issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Peter Glazer, PKG Design Build LLC at 3 and 3A Pilgrim Road. And this is represented by Mark Rits and Dan Malloy.
Good evening once again. Mark Rits from Site Design, representing the applicant. This order of conditions allowed the construction of a detention basin for a roadway, and it was located partially within the 100-foot buffer to an off-site wetland. The work has been completed. It's substantially in compliance with the approval, and we're seeking a cert for it.
Thank you, Mark.
We agree that it's in compliance.
Thank you, Jeff. So if there are no questions from commissioners, does somebody have a motion to issue?
I'll move.
Motion issue.
I think I'm giving it to Dave that time because he beat you on the hand, and then I'll give you the second, Mark.
Yep.
So
Second.
by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to 11 Meadow Lane LLC at 11B Meadow Lane, represented by Paul Santos.
Yep. So Paul was unable to be with us tonight after all. This was for the construction and the redevelopment, including the pool and some of the patio work that is there. That is a site that is in compliance as well, and unfortunately predates some of our pool conditions, and the pool itself is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. So that's why we looked into that, but we're recommending that this certificate can be issued.
Thank you, Jeff. So if there aren't any questions from commissioners, is there a motion to issue?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that brings us to 247 LLC at 7 Wall Street, represented by Jeff Blackwell.
So a lot of these guys don't make it to the search, so I get stuck with them. But
Yeah.
we just did an amended order of conditions a couple meetings ago for this because they needed to include the stone patio that was constructed that was outside to get into compliance. And now it is in compliance, and we're recommending that it can be issued.
Thank you, Jeff. If there aren't any questions from commissioners, is there a motion to issue? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg, Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. That moves us to 101 Baxter Road LLC at 101 Baxter Road. Jeff Carlson, are you taking this one again?
Yeah, I would say we could take the next two together, Madam Chair.
Okay, so also Robert Berwick, and then I lost the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
No, that's all right. So this was for the relocation of the house off of that site, and it's in compliance for both of them. They're both kind of tied together.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat it. So it's 101 Baxter Road LLC, and then Robert Berwick, Marilyn Matz at 101 and 103 Baxter Road. So if there are no questions from commissioners, is there a motion to issue the cert? Motion made by Seth. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg, Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that brings us to Price at 10 Long Pond Road.
Yep, me again. So this is one that we just did the amended order recently for as well, for the solar panel array to be included, for those who don't remember. And now that that was permitted under the amended order, the project is now in compliance, and we would recommend that the certificate can be issued.
Thank you, Jeff. So if there are no questions from commissioners, is there a motion to issue? Maureen?
So moved.
Oh, Maureen, you're muted.
Sorry, I recused myself on this before, so I guess I will now for this thing as well. So
Also move.
All right, so Mark made the motion. Joe, did you just second?
Second.
Okay, so by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
So that carries with Commissioner Phillips recused. And that moves us on to Sylvia at 51 Meadowview Drive, represented by Jeff Carlson.
Always. So this one is really old, and we tried our best to do the site inspections on all of it. And we were able to find out and confirm that the septic was constructed in compliance with some Board of Health records. So we're recommending that this one can be issued.
Okay. If there are no questions from commissioners, is there a motion to issue?
Motion to issue.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg, Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us to Sylvia Realty Trust at 39 Meadowview Drive, also represented by Jeff Carlson.
Yep. So this one truly is SE 4829. It's from the late 70s. Again, we tried our best to go through and confirm that it's in compliance. There's been a number of site changes since the original order that came out, like when I was 1. So we're recommending that it be issued in compliance because they're covered by some other work that they've done since then for what's there, and that's the simplest way to deal with this one.
All right. Is there a motion to issue the cert? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second?
Oldie second.
Seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that brings us to Calnan at 334 Matticat Road. And Jeff's taking this too.
Yeah, it's my section tonight. So this is one that we're just looking to seek an invalidation of the order of conditions. No work was done and no work is being proposed. So we're seeking to invalidate the order through the certificate of compliance.
Okay, is there a motion to invalidate the order? Motion made by Phillips. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I'm gonna give it to Joe. I heard it first before I saw Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips, Maureen, you're muted.
Sorry. Oh, gosh. Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that brings us to extension requests. We have Net Zero LLC at Lot 2 Fisher Lane, 101 Low Beach Street. And this is represented by Mark Rits and Dan Malloy.
Good evening once again, Mark Rits representing the applicant. The original order of conditions allowed the construction of a driveway that was just skirting the inside the 50-foot buffer to an IVW, and also allowed construction of a garage and parking area inside the 100-foot to that same IVW, and a small amount of landscaping outside the 50-foot buffer to another wetland on the north side of the property. The work was started, the driveway was constructed, and the area has been cleared and continues to be cleared in preparation for all of the approved work. The site has changed ownership, and the new owner would like to continue with the previously approved work. So we're requesting an extension to the previous approval.
Are you requesting 1 year, 3 1 years?
We would like 3 1 years to be able to get, construction started, wrapped up, and everything buttoned up with properly.
Thank you, Mark. So is there a motion to issue 3 1 year extensions? Motion made by Dave, seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I missed this continuance in the public hearing. Our amendment of the Town of Nantucket Conservation Commission Wetland Protection Regulations will continue until October 15th.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I hate to be the real wet blanket here. We skipped over the orders of conditions section.
Oh, it's
Sorry.
Yeah, fussy, fussy, fussy.
Yeah,
This is my job.
We're going under a new format tonight. I was liking it.
because it's not on the marked up agenda, so I missed it. I have to toggle agendas. So this brings us to our draft orders. Jeff sent those out.
Sorry, as is my normal custom, I did miss the first town one because I got confused with the double town for the same address. So I missed the one for the Harbor Master building, but we have it on the screen.
Okay.
And I did email it out when I noticed it too during the meeting. So just to run through it really quickly, this is for the Harbor Master building itself. not the breakwater extension that we closed last time. This is when we closed tonight. I had included a photo monitoring condition for the area of dune that was going to be restored. Other than that, I didn't have a lot of substantial conditions, but I'm open to suggestions.
Thank you, Jeff. Ian, was that you raising your hand?
It was. And so something about the pad to make, is it necessary to draw attention to the fact that there's no construction planned for the pad, or is it self-evident?
Why don't we'll put in the permit overview, Ian? We'll have the structure part, and then I'll just put installation of a concrete pad.
And we're happy that it's not porous. Because there are materials that are solid that are still porous. Is
But
that?
the slab was elevated.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so I think they're doing the helical piers, then they're doing the sonotube, so to speak, and then on top of that, that's the slab.
Ah.
So that the water will go in it, and then they're going to construct on top of the slab. That was my understanding of the detail. Yeah.
And then how are they going to use it?
What do you mean how they're going to? So they'll build right on top of it. So they'll have the pipes in there that it will all be elevated. That was
I'm talking about where they remove the garage, the equivalent of the garage. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that one, Ian, is just a slab on grade.
Okay. Are we
Store
happy
the-
with it being a
Store
slab?
the trailer, I'm sure.
So what would you rather see there, Ian, or do you want to change something?
No, as I said to Jeff, to make sure that it didn't morph into something more than what it is. But then we have had discussions of porosity and runoff. And so, I don't want to overcomplicate the issue. There are materials that can be used for construction that are porous, that are still solid.
Not to be the wet blanket again, that would have been an excellent question for the public hearing. Not to.
Well, okay.
Any other thoughts on the order? Is there a motion to issue as drafted? Jeff?
Sorry, I did add in the project overview. I hadn't called out the concrete pad specifically, so I put it in there. So if you could make that motion as amended, that would be excellent.
Okay. Is there a motion to issue as amended?
Yes.
So moved.
So I'll give Ian the motion and Seth the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
No, that's 3300. It's 3300.
Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that brings us to Town of Nantucket Pier at 34 Washington Street.
Sorry about this one is for the installation of the extension of the existing wave attenuator, and timber pier that's on top of that.
Thank you, Jeff.
And as we had discussed last time, I include the condition about the siltation boom. And in going through the minutes and kind of rewatching, we didn't have any other real suggested conditions.
I'll move to issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye. But I just want to add one thing. Dan Bailey brought this up, and I think this is a safety issue. it really wasn't, anything more than that. It's, yes, we extended the dock, but it was a safety issue for the other boats and that floating pier. So that's why this was granted, not any other reason. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. So that moves us on to 26 Westchester Street, I believe is our next one. Robert E. Furdock.
Yes, I'm happy to put that one up. At some point, if we want to get through the ones we drafted first, Ashley, that's great. At some point, we're going to have to go back and have a discussion related to 46 Easton Street, because we closed that tonight, and I would be definitely seeking some guidance on what kind of order you guys would.
Yeah, so we can discuss that one first. What are our thoughts on 46 Easton Street?
You had lighting, did you? Something about the lighting towards the bank. I thought that was something that was mentioned.
Definitely.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, sorry, the resource, that wasn't it.
Yeah, so as a reminder, 46 Easton Street was the project that Dan Bailey presented this evening for the redevelopment of the property, with the historic structure being relocated and then the new structure on the adjacent lot.
But I think that should be added.
Yeah, so I think with this one, I don't know, Jeff, if you think it would be wise for us to see if the commission falls on the opposed side versus the approval side.
Yeah, ultimately that would be an ideal way to go. If you guys want to discuss it out a little bit and discuss some of the merits, that would also be helpful to craft an order in either direction. I mean, I think my opinion of the public hearing, I think there's a little bit of differing of opinions on the project. So getting some clear direction and kind of the reasonings behind it would be really helpful for drafting an order on this project.
Okay. I know from my perspective, I am not comfortable issuing an order for this project. I think that the eastern lot is too much of a new construction to me within close proximity to a dune field. And the way I read our regulations is that is not allowable, because I do not see the long-term benefit from some of the little plantings that are going on. So that's where I fall. I don't know if any other commissioners want to volunteer. Maureen?
I also have a question, because we need to approve moving the old structure. I mean, we need to make 2 decisions here, don't we? Or is it all one? Is it all tied together?
Yeah, I think it's all one. Jeff?
Yeah, so you guys have a kind of a number of decisions that you're going to have to make for this. So, I mean, it started off as a single lot application, and it's going to 2 kind of within. So there's a few options available to you. Obviously, you're going to have to make findings related to waivers. So I think in this case, they've requested a net benefit waiver for the kind of the project in its entirety. As we've discussed a lot of times before, there may be aspects of the project that kind of fall within that, and there may be aspects of the project where a no adverse impact or no reasonable alternative waiver may be more appropriate. And you guys definitely have the ability to grant waivers that haven't been requested. You guys always reserve that right, but you also have the ability to look at aspects of the project and say whether or not you feel that they meet or don't meet those requirements. So that's some finding that you guys are going to have to make along the way for kind of either order, whether it meets those requirements or not. But you can certainly contemplate a little differently. I don't ever really like split orders, and you can do this and not do this you can do it through conditioning to some degree. I also think there's something, depending upon if you guys are looking down the path of a negative order, that negative order would probably apply better to the local regulations only and the state act that doesn't have the same buffer zone requirements, where you may end up with a positive order under the state act and a negative order under the local, if that's the direction you want to go, and we're happy to kind of facilitate that discussion or facilitate either order.
Thank you, Jeff. Ian?
Well, Madam Chair, I know Jeff has so little work now that, that members of the public can't come in, that with his feet up all the time, perhaps I should suggest drafting 2 opinions, for and against. So you can say no, and I won't take offense, Jeff. And maybe my humor is too childish, because I'm completely torn over this. I mean, I think Miss Dan Bailey's given some very good arguments. I know that Joe and Dave are leaning towards accepting that there are sufficient net benefits. I'm sort of on the fence because I'm very concerned, despite the argument for the net benefits, that we're permitting new construction within the 50-foot zone. So I'm in a quandary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Maureen, and then Joe, and then Seth.
It seemed to me that Dan Bailey was basically saying, I'm done. I've rolled the dice, and this is where I am, and I'm not going to change it anymore. So, thinking about, I asked whether we could divide this, but I think he was looking at this as a whole, and I, as I said before, I agree with Ian. I think this is a tough one. But putting new construction in the 50 is just not something I want to approve. We've got so many, there's a lot of individual situations that we've addressed, and others on that street were different. And this is adding a new construction. So I would not approve the entire plan as written.
Thank you, Maureen. Joe?
I really felt like this project came out of the gates and fell right on its face. It was flawed in so many ways with some proposals, and I think that we've really helped them craft a plan that's really going to be beneficial. They're going to restore the dune. They're going to get rid of the invasives. They're going to put the houses up on piers, which I think is going to help with any tidal surge in this area. It's going to help, provide more land for water to soak up into the property. I just see there's so many ways that this is a benefit. I think the state wants to see a lot of these hard foundations removed so that the water can, kind of move about and do what it's got to do in the breakaway panels. I just, again, circle back to the initial application, the start of it. I think we all got a bad taste in our mouths about this project, and I think it's kind of stuck there. But I have to applaud the applicant. We've put them, through a lot of hurdles and ringers and et cetera, but I do think that there is a net benefit in the end for this project to go forward. So, yeah, Jeff, I do think you're going to be doing 2 orders. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jeff, and then Seth.
I'm happy to draft if you guys want 2 or if you want 10. We'll draft whatever you guys request. So I know Ian said we have lots of free time, but we always have free time to get what you guys request. So we will get that done if that's what the will of the board is.
That's so kind. Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
But see, my keyboard is cordless, so I can still keep my feet up while I type. So we'll be good.
Oh, no. I owe you a dinner, Jeff. Your whole family.
All right.
Ian, I can only accept
and his
gifts
friend.
under $50.
Seth, you had a comment?
Yeah, quickly before my comment, I'd just like to thank staff for all they do. It's, especially in these decisions where it's difficult, you put it into perspective for us and make it go how we need it to go. And also, Jeff, you kind of stole the words out of my mouth earlier, but my concerns regarding this project mostly related to the local regulations, not really the Wetlands Protection Act. I see possibility to potentially issue a negative order for the local regulations only. I do agree that there are some benefits to this project, especially lifting the house out of the floodplain and allowing for better circulation of floodwaters. I think the coastal dune restoration isn't really a true restoration. Putting a little bit of sand and planting some beach grass, I would have loved, I mentioned this, I would have loved to see more there with some actual reconfiguration of the bulkhead, which is impeding that coastal dune's ability to move seaward and laterally. And I think if there had been more attention to a well thought out coastal dune restoration here, I would see more of a net benefit. Anytime you try to remove knotweed, it's obviously good, but from our site visit, which was a while ago now, but I remember that the knotweed extended off locus onto the neighboring property. That's going to be a significant challenge to keep dealing with that invasive. You can get rid of it on your property and you can replant natives, but it's going to keep spreading back into the areas that it's able to, especially a species like Japanese knotweed. It will grow through anything. And I think there's some other benefit of the native plantings, but I'm just struggling to see really the long-term net benefit here due to the added structure, essentially new construction of structure within the 50-foot buffer zone to coastal dune and the increase of structural impact on site.
Thank you, Seth. Any other thoughts from commissioners? Dave?
Yeah, I have thoughts that this, I think there's a lot of benefit here. Well, I think we're forgetting that we're removing everything out of the 25. There is new construction in the 50, and we're that's a hard thing to swallow, but there's quite a bit of reduction in the 50. Just the fact that the foundation is going to be gone is, I think, a major issue, positive issue with allowing flood waters to flow and drainage. I think it's a big thing to consider. And where this whole project's tied into one, I'm afraid with the denial, they probably won't do anything. And then it's left as it is. And I don't think that's a good situation.
Thank you, Dave. Any other thoughts from commissioners? Mark?
Yeah, I think that Mr. Bailey has done a very good job trying to make the project approvable for us, but I'm still troubled by all the construction in the 50-foot area and also the very intense use of all the site that's within our jurisdiction. I just can't see that's a net benefit. So I'm not in favor of it.
Thank you, Mark. So Jeff, I still feel like we might need multiple drafts for this one.
No problem.
Yeah, and I think we do need to look at separate orders for the state and local in this case as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to put both together. I don't think it will be a heavy lift to make that happen.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there anything else you think you need from us before you move forward?
No, that's works for me. I'm happy with the discussion, and I can always rewatch it too to go through it again. I just need to craft orders that are based upon discussion and reasoning and the performance standards and things being discussed in the merits of the project. So it's super helpful, and we'll have another bite at the apple at it in 2 weeks once it's drafted with some words on the page. But I think my direction is pretty clear, and I think you'll have both options to choose from, and the decision can be based on that.
Thank you, Jeff. So now we'll move on to Robert E. Furdak at 26 Westchester Street.
So I've already made some adjustments to this one, Madam Chair, based upon the discussion that we had. So just to kind of run through the changes, they won't be on the screen because this is from the PDF I sent you guys. But on condition 21, I added the phrase, instead of it just having herbicide, is I added quantity and specific type of herbicide, pesticide, and fertilizer used will be reported and ready to the commission on an annual basis, and that any of those three, shall be applied by a licensed applicator. That kind of matches our the current condition that we've been using lately for that. And then I've also added, again, it won't be on there, condition 28, that the patio area shall be drained with any runoff being into a subsurface infiltration area, as we discussed. And then 29, the applicant shall file a planting plan as a minor modification once the Japanese knotweed is removed to properly define the final area to be restored.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any thoughts on this from commissioners? If not, is there a motion to issue as amended?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm going to give it to Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Yeah, I like the two additions. Thank you, Jeff. Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. I'm sorry, I've got way too many windows open. So that brings us to the land bank, I believe, at 35
Correct.
Knack Pond Road.
Yeah, this was the application with the boardwalk, and for that site, I only had a photo monitoring condition. Seemed to be one that made sense. I think I felt like they met the concern with the educational component with the sign that they submitted for your guys' review. So I didn't put anything specific to that in the findings and the conditions.
Thank you, Jeff. Maureen?
Do we want to add that putting on the little QR squiggly thing onto the sign? No. I mean, I thought that was a great idea.
It is a good idea, but I don't think we can condition it. Well, excuse me, perhaps I'm speaking out of turn, but is that our bailiwick?
Yeah, I'm afraid it might be a little bit out of the purview for us.
Here, so I think I can propose a compromise to this. Maybe under additional findings, and I'll kind of just spitball this as we go. We have an additional finding number 2 that would read the inclusion of the educational signage. I spelled that wrong. Educational signage helps promote protection of resource areas, and any additional information linked to that signage through QR codes, web links, or further guidance.
Encouraged.
Yes, further, sorry, I can't just spell all of a sudden. It's too late. Links or further guidance is encouraged to be included. So it's not conditioned, because I would agree that I don't think you can condition like a link to information, because I don't know how that would directly tie to protecting the interests. But I think a finding that you like the signs and you encourage that kind of education is something that would accomplish that with staying within your jurisdictional boundaries.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Any other thoughts? If not, is there a motion to approve as amended?
So move.
Motion made by Joe. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Ingeborg,
Aye.
Erisman's opposed on this one. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries with Commissioner Erisman opposed. I just can't, the public will love those wetlands to death, and it makes me nervous. So that moves us on to 14 Mayhew Lane, nominee trust at 14 Mayhew Lane.
So this was David Haynes's project for that addition on the existing shed. Didn't require any waivers, and I didn't think of any additional conditions that were necessary.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any thoughts from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue as drafted? Is
Motion to issue.
there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Ingeborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Carries unanimously. And that brings us to New England Development at Commercial Wharf.
All right. So this was the one that we closed tonight, but that was because I just wanted some time to look at that, and I actually kind of mirrored the one that we did for Old South Wharf in there. It has a little bit different things that were there. I kind of moved all of the same conditions forward, where the final height and cap will be provided for us for review, just to confirm what that's going to be in, because I know they were resetting that. And I just wanted to make sure that we had some review before that project was totally buttoned up on where that finally had gotten set as constructed before it got too far. Other than that, it was basic siltation, containment, and that all their materials that they were going to be removing, like the finger piers, were stored off site. Other than that, I didn't really have a lot of conditions for it.
Thank you, Jeff. Any thoughts from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue as drafted?
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Ingeborg,
Aye.
Erisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Fleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Oh,
Madam
Mark,
Chair, we skipped over 80 Millbrook. That's being continued, is that right?
that was continued, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And we're gonna skip 46 Shimo because it's still out there. And that moves us to AC 007 Properties LLC at 46 Walsh Street.
So this was for the construction of the shed and the existing, altering the existing walkway within the flood zone. Again, it wasn't a project that I had any real conditions for.
Maureen, do you have a question?
I had a question because I didn't see, and I maybe I missed it, but Art mentioned that it was going to be up on piers, but I didn't see that on the application itself. So I just want to make sure it is. Did anybody else remember seeing being up on piers. Or Art, there you are. Is that?
We
is
can
that-
ask Art to clarify that. That's within.
For clarification, it wouldn't necessarily be up on piers.
Well,
so
you know
much
what I mean.
as, supported by either blocks or, piers on the corners. The intent being that, there's not a full foundation of any sort really being put in for this.
Right. No, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. If there aren't any other questions, is there a motion to issue as drafted?
So moved.
It's motion made by Ian. Was it seconded by Dave?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Ingeborg, Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. I did extension requests out of order. So that moves us to other business, approval of minutes. I thank you, Terry, for the minutes. If there's no concerns about the minutes, is there a motion to approve as drafted?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Seconded.
It's very small. Excuse me. It's very. I made just a couple of tiny corrections. Are they already corrected, Jeff? Is that? They weren't huge, but that's all done. Okay, so that's fine.
Yes,
Okay.
we forwarded that to Terry and she'll fix that, but they would still be adopted as amended.
Okay.
So we're okay. So we're gonna switch the motion to approve the minutes as amended.
So moved.
Motion made by Joe, or is it still a second by Dave? Okay, so by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Terry, for those minutes.
Thank you, Terry.
So our discussion of SBPF 77 through 122 Baxter Road and 65 through 67 Baxter Road is continued until October 15th. We already discussed BSS Hummock Pond Road LLC. So that moves us on to reports. Crack.
Crack. So, yes. So Vince Murphy, the Coastal Resilience Coordinator, just emailed all the members about half an hour before this meeting starting, say that the RFP from Arcadis has been accepted. So they're one of 7 companies, and 200 pages. I haven't read any of them, so I'll read them and report back to you next time.
Thank you, Ian. CPC.
I just got my 5 informational packets. So yes, I will be reading those and let you know what I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. NP and EDC.
No meeting, no packet.
Thank you, Maureen. Jeff, do we have committee appointments that we need to do?
No, we do not. Sorry.
That's okay. So that brings us to commissioners' comments. Are there any commissioners' comments?
I have one.
Yes, Joe.
So there is a cycle for open space. It's very similar to, and it's being done by Nantucket Conservation Foundation. It's very similar to the Run for Open Space that they do. This is going to be a virtual fundraiser over Columbus weekend. It's called Cycle for Open Space. So you can do it anywhere around the world, anywhere. And out of I think there was 23 YouTubers that were watching us today. But anyways, you can select 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, whatever distance you want to do, anywhere you want to be. You could be on a Peloton, it doesn't matter. But all the money goes towards the Conservation Foundation. And that money will go towards maintaining trails, any maintenance. So similar to what Rachel was saying. And it's something that hopefully next year we will have. It's going to be called Tour of the Moors, where we're going to have people riding around the moors, and all the money raised will go towards the Conservation Foundation, Land Bank, and Mass Audubon, because we'll be riding on their properties. We'll also have a student race at that time. So there'll be a high school team and a junior high and maybe even elementary school. And they're going to go around the cranberry kettles. And what we're hoping to do, if I can convince them, is also have the run for open space again in September, where the weather's a little bit nicer. And then after that, we're hoping to have like food trucks and do some other things. But all the money raised will go back towards these Conservation Foundation properties, so that they can help maintain some of the trails and keep on the upkeep. So I will send Jeff a link, and I hope that you all participate some way, shape, or form. So thank you.
So
Oh, that's awesome. Ian?
how does that work? Are you gonna mountain bike up Mount Everest if I give you $100 or something? How does that work exactly?
You give me $100, I'll do it for you. Sure. No. So basically what I do is I have there's multiple apps you can use. I use Strava or Gear, or there's Bike GPX. And that tracks your miles, your speed. So once you get that information, you take that information and you give it to either Grace Hall or Daniel Liddell at the Conservation Foundation. Then they post that. And so when I did I don't run, so the walk for open space, I did 2 miles along the beach. Little did I know that it was going to be tracking my time, so I was very, very slow. But it was great because I was walking around Eagle Point, and I got to go see where all the pipe and plover nesting was, and that was kind of nice. But this is great. This has opened up a lot of different avenues where we can hold an event on Nantucket, hopefully next year, on the Cranberry Bogs, in the Moors, or out in Matica, wherever we're going to be. But at the same time, you can be anywhere in the world. And I know Emily Molden was not available to one of the events. I think it was the Run for Open Space. So she was at her home with her moms, and she was able to go to the ride, post her time, and then she signed up, and so that she gave $50 for the event, and they raised a lot of money because they're hurting in a lot of ways. A lot of these places, because they're not able to hold these events. So I think this is a really smart way to do some fundraising, but then hopefully next year we can be doing something locally on a property, but then have someone in Switzerland or Pakistan or wherever you want to be, and be able to do these rides, runs, whatever it is, and the money go back towards Nantucket foundations. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other commissioners' comments? Mark?
Thank you, Ashley. I need a little guidance on something. When there is an alternative site for an applicant, and I'm not speaking of anybody specifically right now, but when there is an alternative site, and we have the applicant has the ability to move a pool, a house, a shed, whatever, into a site that's out of our jurisdiction, when do we sort of bend on the 50 to 100 feet and then, or say you really should move it? I'm not clear as to where we go with that.
Jeff, do you have any thoughts on that one? I think we really have to justify the move and the habitat.
I think it's site specific, right? Because the one in Millbrook, I think they have a very unique situation in that area.
So to answer that pretty clearly, I think there's just a couple of distinctions. Is on, let's just say, on normal sites where it's just buffer zone without any encumbrances, if it meets the performance standards where structures are supposed to be outside of 50 feet, even if there's room elsewhere on the lot, there's nothing where the commission can really say you cannot be in there because it meets the performance standards. I think in other cases, the things that we have to look at would also include whether or not there's the presence or absence of estimated habitat for wildlife, has some different levels of protection where that may be able to be imposed, that you may be having a significant impact on that area. That's a jurisdictional resource area for us as well. We usually count on Heritage to kind of deal with that, but that's, I think, something where you could look at and explore it from that avenue to ask things to be located outside of those areas. But again, I also agree with Joe that if you're going to have that, there needs to be a very clear reason why something needs to be protected for something that seemingly on face value meets performance standards. So there's a little bit of case by case, but again, that would have to include findings from the commission that really relates to something specific that's able to be protected through the interest. And it would fall kind of within that final performance standard of the, other requirements may be imposed to protect the interest that the commission determines. That little catch-all that's at the end of each resource area, if there's something really unique about somewhere, you may be able to protect it with the proper findings and reasonings behind it. So hopefully that answers your question a little bit.
Thank you, it does.
Thank you, Seth. Ian?
Yes, so to piggyback on Mark's question, would someone using a pond, can we discuss Millbrook, or should we put it in terms of?
We should not discuss any specific applications outside of their hearing. General question.
A general question in terms of wetland scenic view. If proposed construction would impinge on what was otherwise a pristine habitat from the point of view of someone using a water resource, should that be discussed? Should that be given any weight?
So it's always a little tricky, and I will tell you that wetland scenic views is always my least favorite interest to kind of hang a decision on because it's so subjective. I think the difficulty, and I remember discussing this a lot I'll get the number wrong, but I want to say it was the project at the end of East Creek Road, where we talked about wetland scenic views pretty substantially.
Right.
And I think the question you have to do is, if you're using the wetland resource and looking at the view, are you looking at the view of the resource area, or are you looking at the view of the upland area adjacent to the resource area, and how that kind of works together? I think those are questions, and I think that you'd have to have very clear findings on why something really damages the wetland scenic view of the public from a public area. And I think on cases where you're looking back onto private property, that can be tough to do. But I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it'd be very difficult. And I wouldn't want to base a decision solely on that fact.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other commissioners' comments? Well, I just want to apologize to you guys for the mess of a meeting that I ran last time. It was honestly a terrible day for me. And I am just really sorry that it cast a negative light on the entire commission, because that is not fair to you guys. So I am sorry for that, for sure.
All right. So, Ashley.
Yes, Ian.
Thank you for your apology and your letter. And I would like to propose a vote of confidence in your chairmanship, as I consider you to be really, I've been on this commission off and on for 8 years now. And I consider you the finest chair that I've served under. We all have our moments where we wish they weren't recorded. Anyway, that's just my take on it.
Thank you, Ian. Seth?
Yeah, everyone has bad days. It's an issue when you're not willing to accept or apologize. And from my limited term on the commission, much less than most of you, I think that you've acted professionally through every meeting. There has not been an issue.
Thank you, Seth.
And I completely agree.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. All right, so we'll move on to administrator staff reports.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add, but but I did want to throw in, and I don't want to make it turn into like the Ashley Arisman Love Fest at the end of this meeting, but I did feel like after reading the article, and it was a great article in the paper today about all of the lovely women in science that we have in our departments. Blessed to have a few, and we get to do a lot of work with some. But I thought to some not being included, I felt like Ashley should have been a part of that because she's educating our young and spends a lot of time doing this, and Maureen as well, who spends a lot of time reviewing a lot of material that I know early on was much more uncomfortable than it is now, but has really put the time in to familiarize themselves with the science and kind of work with applicants in the commission. And thank them both for their time, and hopefully they'll get a chance to participate. Second comment really quickly, for those who didn't get it, or if people are still interested in signing up, the MAC conference is still doing the virtual thing, starting, I want to say, next weekend and running for the following week. If people want to sign up, we take care of that charge for you for any class. If people are interested in, just let Joanne know and we'll get you signed up. And other than that, let's go home. It's 9:05.
Don't forget to praise Joanne. I think she's done a lot as well since she's come into your office.
Definitely. Trust me, I don't get to praise Joanne enough, but and if I don't, she yells at me. So I have to be careful. So
Yay,
Joanne is awesome. She gives me a lot of time to focus on things like drafting 2 orders for the same project and do things. And honestly, these meetings are only happen because she puts all the legwork in to do the pack and go through it, and does a lot of site reviews and plan reviews and a lot of pre-screenings with applicants. And she is an absolute beast. So she is maybe the most valuable member of our team. So she's the best.
Agreed.
Yeah, we'd be lost without her organization. That's for sure.
Tell me. So she often complains that my desk is a lot cleaner because all I did was move all of my problems onto her desk and pass it off. So that is mostly true. So
So round of applause for Joanne before we make a motion to adjourn.
And Terry.
What's even better is Joanne actually asked if she could just leave because she wanted to go home when we got to the end section. So she just missed all that. So I'm never going to tell her it happened.
All right. Well, with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
There is indeed.
So it's seconded by Dave. So my roll vote: Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, this meeting is adjourned.
Take care, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks for everything, Jeff.
Good night.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
Night.